Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be doing something a little different. This video is a reaction to all parts of Napoleon in Italy by Epic History TV. This is a compilation of all these separate reactions I did into one big one, so you can watch all the way through if you wish, or you can split it up into parts. Hey, grab a drink, grab a snack. This is going to be a long one. If you guys end up enjoying this one, I'd appreciate it if you check out the Patreon. It is linked down below. And without any further ado, let's jump right into this video.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration.
PMF Productions, some of you guys have recommended them to me.
In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy.
Oh yeah, this was a real test of skill. Napoleon did not have the manpower or resources that he needed, and yet he still managed to achieve. And I mean, look, we're going to see that. I don't want to get into it yet, but this is going to be an impressive series of accomplishments from Napoleon.
It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe.
He leaped onto the scene. I mean, the war was already going decently well for France, but Napoleon pushed it in an entirely different direction. He exploded into the war and made a massive impact from the get-go.
Winning praise from a grateful republic and forging a legend.
Yep.
This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign.
Oh man,
and
I'm excited.
Dawn of a new age.
Part 1, The Little Corporal.
1792. Europe is plunged into conflict by revolution in France. At first, it seems this infant republic will be quickly snuffed out by...
Yeah, well, you know, a little bit of background. Of course, France has its revolution. It gets increasingly radical as the years go on. They're going to end up murdering their king. All of this is very threatening to the monarchies that surround them, right? Because this is sort of a bold new experiment in Republican government. The United States has done something similar, but of course they're on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. It's a lot more threatening now that it's in Europe. And so we have this situation where France is threatened by all of its neighbors, and France itself also wants to go on the attack to spread its Republican ideology, and this leads to massive warfare.
Her neighbors. Incredibly, France clings on, thanks to mass mobilization, patriotic fervor, and her traditional military power. Yeah,
we have something called the Levée en Masse, which is sort of an early conscription. Conscription was not common during this time period, and the French Republican government really brought that about, and they mobilized the entire population in this sort of nationalistic, patriotic push to help France survive. This was a very novel idea. You know, a lot of armies were still organized around the idea of sort of gathering up the dregs of society and forcing them to serve in the military with this aristocratic officer corps. France is trying to do something new. It wants an army of citizen soldiers, sort of based on the old Roman idea. And they find a lot of success early on. And I mean, the success is that they remarkably managed to survive at all.
In 1795, France occupies the Low Countries, while Prussia and Spain withdraw from the war. But the French Republic still faces a powerful coalition of enemies, which includes the Austrian Empire and kingdoms of Piedmont, Sardinia, Naples, and Great Britain, as well as a counter-revolutionary revolt in the Vendée region of western France. In Paris, the most extreme revolutionaries had been toppled, sent to the guillotine.
Yeah, I mean, we have this, reign of terror, as it's called, this era of radicalism led by a political faction called the Jacobins, who were led by Robespierre. There were a lot of executions of right-wingers, executions of moderates. Everybody was suspected of one thing or another. Eventually, Robespierre himself is executed. There's kind of a terror in the other direction, what is called the White Terror, as sort of conservatives and moderates go on the attack. But, the Age of Terror comes to an end, and France settles down a little bit. They will be in political chaos, basically until Napoleon becomes emperor, but it is at least less violent than the Reign of Terror.
As they had sent so many before them, France is now governed by the Directory, a more moderate 5-man committee, which quickly wins a reputation for corruption and inefficiency.
Yeah, it's more moderate than Robespierre, but clearly at this point we've strayed pretty far from the ideals of the revolution. The French sort of scale back on the democracy aspects. At one point, democracy they were getting real democratic. They sort of pull back from that. The Directory is very corrupt. It is definitely not a voice for the people. It does not listen to the voice of the people. So it is certainly more moderate and stable than France under Robespierre, but it's also very disappointing to the people of France, particularly those who once believed in the revolution, believed in its ideas.
Nevertheless, in 1796, they plan a major military offensive to knock their most dangerous adversary, Austria, out of the war. The two main efforts will be made along the Rhine by powerful armies under General Jourdan and General Moreau. A third effort, of which much less is expected, will be made in northern Italy.
As you can see, and as they just pointed out, the offensive in Italy is supposed to be far less important than the other two offensives further north. It's sort of the third and least important of the three offensives. You put Napoleon in charge, and it quickly becomes far more important than it's supposed to be.
The French army of Italy is a poor cousin, starved of money and supplies, stripped of troops to reinforce French forces on the Rhine. But its fortunes are about to change.
Oh yeah.
On the 2nd of March, 1796, the Directory appoint a new commander to lead the army. One of France's youngest generals, Napoleon Bonaparte.
There he is.
We're delighted to welcome back as video sponsor, NapoleonSouvenirs.com.
Hey, there we go. You guys know the deal. Please go and check out this video by Epic History TV. Please go and show them some support, leave a like on their video, comment, and particularly since this is a newly released video, please go and check out their sponsor. We want to show them all the support we can for making these fantastic videos, so hopefully we can get more fantastic videos in the future. So, thank you so much to Epic History TV, and please go and show them support, guys. Their video is linked in my description. Very true quote.
Napoleon arrives at the Army of Italy's headquarters in Nice on the 25th of March. He is just 26 years old. 2 years have passed since he masterminded French victory at the Siege of Toulon,
which we saw in Epic History TV's original series on Napoleon. This was really one of the first times when Napoleon made a name for himself militarily.
Since then, his fortunes have been mixed. A short spell as artillery commander in Italy, 10 days in jail when his political patrons fell from power. He then refused to serve in the Vendée, fighting French counter-revolutionaries, leading to several months' unemployment in Paris. Then, an extraordinary break. 13 Vendémiaire, Paris. A royalist mob threatens to storm the national government.
And we can sort of see how far we've come in the revolution by 1795, and that we have royalist rebels in the capital. I mean, that would have been basically unthinkable under the reign of Robespierre. Everything was so far to the left, so radical. Clearly, we have shifted far to the center, and even to the right at this point, that the government is under threat, not by left-wing radicals, but by right-wing radicals.
Napoleon is the closest general to hand, and put in charge of its defense.
I mean, look, this whole event, Napoleon's success is definitely partially dictated by his skill, him being a quick decision maker, but also he is in the right place at the right time. This is one of those historical events where you have a great man of history like Napoleon, and he gets extraordinarily lucky.
He disperses the crowds with brutal efficiency, and is acclaimed savior of the revolution.
There's the famous quote about how he dispersed the crowds with a whiff of grape shot, basically firing artillery into the crowds. Very brutal, but he did save the government.
A grateful Directory promotes Napoleon to General of Division and awards him command of the Army of Italy. On the 9th of March, he marries his great love, Joséphine de Beauharnais, and leaves for the front 2 days later.
And I don't know if they're going to show this, but upon Napoleon's arrival, there was a lot of skepticism from the military side of things about Napoleon's skill. And you can kind of see why. I mean, this is a man, you know, he was successful at the Siege of Toulon, but for years his career's been up and down. He's been more active politically than militarily, and he's only been appointed to this position because he saved the government. Napoleon is sort of seen as a political appointee. And if you're a tried and true military man, that doesn't inspire much confidence. So there's a lot of people who think, you know, this Napoleon guy, he doesn't have any real military skill. He's just talented in the political side of things. And a lot of people who are, you know, they're going to wait and see. They don't know. Of course, Napoleon proves them all wrong, but there is some skepticism upon him taking this position.
There are French generals in Italy with a better claim to command than Napoleon.
Yeah, exactly.
Serrurier, a professional soldier who first saw action in the 7 Years' War, a decade before Napoleon was born. Augereau, a tough, experienced soldier, bold tactician, and committed Republican. And Massena, risen from the ranks, fearless, tireless, hero of the Battle of Loarno against the Austrians the year before.
As we can see, there are a lot of men who are far more qualified for this position than Napoleon is. Napoleon is given this position as a thanks from the Directory, and so you can kind of see why a lot of people are skeptical initially. This is also sort of a good time to note, with the appearance of Massena, that in the campaign in Italy, we're going to see a lot of characters who will follow Napoleon all the way to the top. A lot of Napoleon's subordinates, a lot of Napoleon's marshals will first sort of enter into the story in Italy, which is one of the reasons I'm so excited for this series.
All three would later become marshals of Napoleon's empire.
Well, there you go. They said it for me.
For now, Napoleon seems to these veterans young and underqualified, a political appointment.
Yep.
Embarrassingly infatuated with his new wife.
Yeah,
but
he was a bit of a simp. Yeah, he would have relationship troubles throughout the rest of his life, and, you know, they're saying exactly what I just said. He seems, and he is, very inexperienced. A political appointment, a lot of people are very skeptical.
But there is something about the Corsican. As Massena observed, his small size and puny face did not put him in their favor.
Damn.
But as soon as he donned his general's hat, he seemed to grow by 2 feet.
Now, look, Napoleon, he wasn't that small for the time period, but he wasn't big, and he could be awkward at times, but he was a charismatic leader, and he could inspire his men if he needed to.
Napoleon impresses above all with his tireless energy, and he has much to do. His army is organized into Massena's advance guard of 2 divisions one led by a hard-fighting Swiss general La Harpe, and the other by Meunier, whom Napoleon soon decides is incompetent. The main body comprises the divisions of Augereau, Serrurier, and two smaller divisions under Macquart and Garnier. The cavalry is led by General Stengel. But the army of Italy has been shockingly neglected by the Directory. The men are hungry and unpaid, with a few units on the verge of mutiny.
Yeah.
Some men don't even have shoes or muskets.
I mean, this is no way to run an army. If your men don't have shoes, weapons, they're hungry. First off, they're probably not willing to fight for you. Second off, many of them can't even fight. And of course, this is particularly, this is a particular sign of hypocrisy, because the whole idea of this army is that it's a revolutionary army of citizen soldiers. That's how it started back in 1792, but, we've come a long way since then. We have the Directory now, and we've clearly come a long way from those sort of revolutionary ideals.
Napoleon inspects the troops and studies reports. He enforces discipline and breaks up rotten units. He is assisted by his aides-de-camp, Junot, Marmont, and a dashing cavalry colonel, Joachim Murat.
So we have some other very important characters who will follow Napoleon for a long time. These are some of the guys who were already around before this point. So, once again, we're seeing Napoleon's marshals and his subordinates emerge before our very eyes.
As emperor, Napoleon will make two of these men dukes, and one a king.
Yep.
His most valuable assistant is his new chief of staff, General Berthier, who helps him to reorganize the army's supply system and scour southern France for food, transport, and forage. The situation begins to improve. But Napoleon knows what will really rejuvenate his ragged divisions.
Victory.
Victory in battle, and the promise of plunder.
Very true. There you go. This is his effort to inspire them. And hey, Napoleon's a pretty inspiring guy, so I think his chances are pretty good, even though sort of all the odds at this point are stacked against him. He doesn't have the resources, he doesn't have the manpower, he doesn't have the supplies. His men at this point are not very motivated, the morale is low. There's a lot of things that would suggest that Napoleon is about to fall flat. But, we all know Napoleon, he's capable of much, much more than anybody would expect at this point.
Napoleon has spent 2 years studying the situation in northern Italy and the history of past wars here. He has developed clear plans on how the campaign must be fought. Now, he will put them into action.
Yep.
Napoleon, with 38,000 troops, outnumbers the Piedmontese and the Austrian army. But if they combine, he will be outnumbered. So he must prevent this at all costs. His plan bears all the hallmarks of what will become known as the Napoleonic art of war.
But yeah, we see this sort of stuff from Napoleon a lot down the line. I mean, he's one man. He is, at this point, just leading the army of Italy. Eventually, he will lead all of the French armies, but we will see many times throughout his career, he will be facing several pretty large forces of enemies that he has to fight. He has to prevent them from unifying. So what we're seeing right now is something we will see repeated many times throughout Napoleon's military career.
A bold, rapid advance, not against the expected target, Genoa, but Dago. Here he will occupy the central position and prize his enemies apart. He knows that when threatened, the Piedmontese will retreat on their capital Turin, the Austrians on Milan.
Well, even this is really revolutionary for the time period, and you might be asking, well, how exactly? The reason they expected him to advance on Genoa, that's sort of a strategic important position, And warfare of the last century, of the 1700s, I know we're still in the 1700s, but we're coming up on 1800. Warfare of the 1700s has largely been characterized by armies sort of moving around each other, taking strategic points, taking forts, taking cities. Napoleon is going to upheave all of this. He's going to change everything. Napoleon is far more concerned with going for opposing armies or forcing them to retreat or move in a particular direction. He's far more, his army is far more maneuverable than is typical. It's far more mobile, and that's what he's focused on. So already, even with his relatively limited military experience, Napoleon has these very revolutionary ideas that he did pick up from brilliant military minds. I mean, he didn't invent all of these. There were some progressive revolutionary military thinkers that Napoleon has learned from, and he's going to try and put these ideas into practice.
With his enemies divided, unable to support each other, he can defeat each in detail.
Yep.
Napoleon's plan will be aided by the fragility of the Austro-Piedmontese alliance. They regard each other with deep distrust after years of rivalry. The new Austrian commander, General Beaulieu, is experienced.
Also, I mean, not to mention, sure, the biggest threat right now is the French, but the Austrians are always trying to exert more and more influence over Italy, exert influence over Piedmont. So they're not really buddies. They've only been brought together in this alliance by a common enemy, the French. So their alliance is very shaky.
And was once considered energetic, but he is now 70 years old and does not know Italy. He is convinced the French will target Genoa, the port used by the British to supply their coalition allies. So much so that he rejects Piedmontese plans for close cooperation. Their troops remain scattered across mountain passes in a general defense against invasion.
And you know, this is what I'm saying about Napoleon bringing these new revolutionary ideas into practice. Now, he's not the only one to do that. There are other talented officers in the French army. In fact, some of them are serving under Napoleon at this very moment. Of course, he's just the most famous person to do it because of the levels of success he will reach. But what he's up against these European armies, the Piedmontese, the Austrians, etc., who are led by these old-style aristocrats. You know, the French army is disproportionately composed of sort of these young, energetic, middle-class men who were given opportunities by the revolution. It is far more a meritocracy at this point than any other European army. And so you have forces like the Austrians who, because of their commanders, are slow, they're sort of based on old styles of tactics, they cannot keep up with somebody like Napoleon. And this is something we will see repeated until eventually the other armies of Europe just start to copy Napoleon and do what he's doing. And then they will start to improve their strategy.
On the 4th of April, Napoleon moves his headquarters forward to Albenga in preparation for his offensive. But Beaulieu strikes first. On the 10th of April, Austrian troops take Voltri to disrupt the expected French attack on Genoa. The small French garrison falls back to join Massena's advance guard at Savona. But Beaulieu's fixation with Genoa is playing into Napoleon's hands.
Yep.
Dago, with its vital crossroads that link the Piedmontese and Austrian armies, is covered by just 8,000 men of Argenteau's corps. Mountainous terrain means Beaulieu can only march to Argenteau's aid via Acqui, more than 20 miles to the north.
Uh-oh.
What's more, Argenteau has orders to take French positions at Montenotte as a diversion for the attack at Voltri.
As always, Napoleon knows and reads his opponent far better than they can read him.
But the French cling on courageously. Corporal Roache particularly distinguishes himself, exposing himself to enemy fire to shoot down on the enemy.
Damn.
His commander, Colonel Rampont, tells his men, "Here we must conquer or die."
Yep.
A moment which quickly enters French military folklore. It's the perfect set.
I mean, there's a lot of legends made during this campaign. I mean, this is exactly what you need. You need men who are committed to the cause, willing to conquer or die. That's good.
Set up for Napoleon. The enemy's attention is focused on Voltri, and Argenteau's corps has been left dangerously exposed. He swings into action, sending La Harpe's division to reinforce Rampont's troops, while Massena makes a tough night march across steep ravines in rain and fog to turn Argenteau's right flank. By dawn, the Austrians are outnumbered, outflanked, and under heavy attack.
Yep.
They retreat in disarray. Napoleon orders Massena to move on Dago, while he turns his attention to the Piedmontese. But Augereau's advance gets held up at Cosseria. The old castle is held by Piedmontese and Croatian grenadiers. The French launch frontal attacks into withering fire and suffer hundreds of casualties. When the colonel of the 18th Demi Brigade is killed, a 26-year-old Louis Gabriel Suchet takes over command.
Ah, another very important character. And I will say, you know, you certainly do want that attitude of conquer or die. You want that commitment to the cause. But one of the consequences of that is, or can be, very high casualty numbers. You have a situation like this where the French are pushing and pushing and pushing, refusing to give up. And I mean, that is what you need. That's what Napoleon needs for success. But it does result in very high casualties. I mean, we will see with Napoleon's strategy and the scale of the Napoleonic Wars, these large-scale, up until that point, sort of unimaginable casualties. A lot of death and destruction is to come, and part of that we can see in Napoleon's way of doing things. Part of it, not all of it, of course.
I have never seen fire like it, wrote Marmont, Napoleon's aide-de-camp. Despite heroic resistance, the hopelessly outnumbered garrison surrenders the next day. With Serrurier's division also advancing from the south, Piedmontese commander General Colli has little choice but to abandon his position at Montezemolo. The same day, under Napoleon's watchful eye, Massena takes Dago. But while La Harpe's division moves off to reinforce Augereau, hungry French troops left in Dago turn to plunder and pillage. No one spots Colonel Vukasovic, a tough Croatian commander, approaching with 3,000 reinforcements.
Yeah, see, this is not yet the army of Napoleon, the Grande Armée. You know, Napoleon has done a lot to whip this army into shape, but he's still working with, you know, some men who are still probably under-disciplined, under-supplied, and so they get a big victory. They kind of go all out. They forget their discipline. You know, Napoleon's not working under perfect conditions, or at least not under conditions completely within his control, and so you get mistakes in situations like this.
He attacks at dawn, routing the French and retaking Dago with ease.
Not good.
It requires the recall of La Harpe's division and another day of heavy combat before Vukasovic can be driven out of Dago. A bayonet charge led by 27-year-old Colonel Lannes wins particular praise from General Bonaparte.
Another important character.
Napoleon has won 3 victories in 4 days. The marches and battles have been grueling, but he has achieved his first objective.
Yeah, and this was an extraordinary success. As you can see, a little sloppy in some ways, not as clean or professional as Napoleon would become in later years, but very much the hallmarks of Napoleon's strategy, the hallmarks of a Napoleonic success. We can see them all right here.
The Austrians are regrouping at Acqui and will soon retreat to Alessandria. They can offer no support to the Piedmontese. And so General Colli orders another withdrawal to a strong defensive position behind the Corsalia River. Napoleon orders an immediate attack, Augereau's division on the right, Serrurier on the left, Massena in support. But the French, under heavy fire, struggle to cross the swollen river with its steep banks. When Serrurier's troops finally get into San Michele, they immediately begin looting the town and are thrown out by a counterattack.
Once again, we're seeing some of that sort of lack of discipline because, Napoleon has not had the time or the resources in order to sort of, get this army to the level of discipline that he will later be able to get his men to. Once again, he's working under sort of these not perfect conditions, but you gotta use what you have, right?
Despite his success, Colli is still heavily outnumbered and fears encirclement. The following evening, he begins a covert withdrawal to Mondovì. But Napoleon is not deceived by the fake campfires. Patrols confirm his suspicions. The Piedmontese are pulling back. Though his troops are exhausted, wet and hungry, he launches them after the fleeing enemy.
I mean, hey, Napoleon has never been one to hold back. He's always been quick and decisive. That is extremely characteristic of Napoleon's strategy. In fact, Napoleon's worst moments are when he's not decisive, when he can't make a decision. So, this is what we like to see from Napoleon.
Colli's troops are caught before they can establish a new defensive line. The brave and popular General Dicat is killed. Retreat turns to rout. The French enter Mondovì in triumph, where at last, briefly, they can eat and rest.
This is very true. I mean, Napoleon took what was a planned retreat back to a stronghold. He took that and turned it into a complete rout. And he's already dealt with the Austrians. Well, not completely. They'll be coming back, but these are some pretty impressive victories for, Napoleon's first go at things.
General Colli, his defeated troops scattered and demoralized, requests an armistice. Napoleon declines as his troops descend from the mountains into the fertile plain of Piedmont.
Damn.
Destitute and starved, French soldiers now plunder the Italian countryside freely.
Yep.
Brigadier General Joubert is among those frustrated by the men's conduct.
I mean, I agree. I'd be frustrated as well, but it's not really unexpected. We've seen it before. They're undersupplied. This is exactly what you would expect. I mean, we see sort of similar behavior years later when Napoleon is emperor in Spain. And that's also a situation where, one, Napoleon isn't usually present, so it's not under his control, and two, the French soldiers are having a bad time, so they take to looting and plundering. Here, they're very, very victorious, but for such a long time, they've had low morale, they've been undersupplied, and so when they get a taste of victory, they're just going to go all out, total disregard for discipline. And like we've mentioned, Napoleon really hasn't had the time or authority to impart the discipline that, he sort of needs his men to have, and that later he will make sure his armies have.
Everything would go very well if the soldiers did not abandon themselves to pillage. Not a day passes without some looters being shot. Despite this severity, the mania doesn't stop. The rural folk are arming themselves.
And of course, as our friend here is alluding to, one of the issues that can arise if you're looting brutally or too much is that you risk a sort of guerrilla uprising, and that's very much what we saw in Spain. Now, the Spanish didn't want the French there at all, but I'm pretty sure that part of the Spanish guerrilla resistance was due to, bad French treatment of Spanish civilians. So if you treat the civilians too bad, you could take a population which is maybe neutral or maybe only slightly disdainful of you and turn them into an armed rebellion, which you don't want to do.
Napoleon condemns such behavior, but his orders have limited impact.
Yeah.
Especially as everyone knows Generals Massena and Augereau to be two of the greatest offenders.
That
On the
doesn't help.
25th of April, French troops enter Carrasco, just 30 miles south of the Piedmontese capital, Turin. Meanwhile, General Beaulieu is at long last marching to Piedmont's aid.
Jeez, finally.
But he is a week late. And when he learns that Piedmont has opened negotiations with the enemy, he withdraws his troops in disgust, planning to take up new positions along.
I mean, just withdraws his troops in disgust. Hey man, if you were willing to work with the Piedmontese in the first place, this might not have happened. So, you know, you can be as disgusted as you want, but as far as I'm concerned, at least part of this is your fault. Maybe the majority of this is your fault. I mean, you're the big brother in this relationship. Austria's far more powerful than Piedmont, and it seems that Piedmont was more aware of the risks than you were. You know, you slow old man. So, you know, this is your responsibility.
On the Po River. Austrian troops join in the plunder of Piedmontese villages as they go.
They can't get a break.
Victor Amadeus III, King of Piedmont Sardinia, sees no option but to accept Bonaparte's terms for an armistice. Piedmont must give up the strategic fortresses at Cuneo and either Alessandria or Tortona, leaving the country virtually defenseless.
Yeah, I mean, well, you've been routed by Napoleon, and now your allies, Austrian troops, are looting your countryside. If you're the Piedmontese, you really don't have any other way out. I mean, you could resist, but I think that resistance would likely be futile. You're probably best off surrendering.
The final peace treaty, signed 3 weeks later in Paris, cedes Nice and Savoie to France, and grants free passage to French armies.
Interesting.
Napoleon has ended the 4-year war with Piedmont in less than 3 weeks.
Damn. Always more to do with Napoleon.
The army of Italy has little time to rest on its laurels. 4 days later, having received 7,000 reinforcements and fresh supplies, it's on the move again. Napoleon plans to invade the rich province of Lombardy, ruled by the Emperor of Austria, and defeat Beaulieu's army. But first he must cross the Po River, which is closely watched by Austrian forces. It will prove one of Napoleon's most brilliant maneuvers. Massena is ordered to make conspicuous preparations to cross the river near Salé, assembling boats and building gun batteries. Meanwhile, Napoleon has formed a new elite brigade, 5,000 grenadiers, carabiniers and chasseurs to act as the army's advance guard under the command of General d'Allemagne. This force is ordered to march rapidly east to Piacenza and cover 40 miles in just 36 hours.
I mean, once again, and this is something I've said of Napoleon before, and also something I've said of men like Julius Caesar. When Napoleon is presented with the available options, you know, you can do A, B, or C. He's the type of guy who says, you know what, I'm gonna do B. I'm making my own way. And this is one of the reasons why he, and men like him, Caesar for example, are so brilliant and so hard to predict for their enemies. We already talked about how Napoleon reads his enemies better than they can read him. This is one of the reasons he's all about trickery, subversion, taking the option that no one thinks he would take, or taking the option that he's just invented himself.
They are followed by La Harpe's division, then Augereau and the cavalry. Beaulieu receives reports that French troops are moving east and begins to redeploy his forces, while remaining conscious that there are still French troops that might cross the Po as far west as Valença.
True.
This uncertainty makes it impossible for him to concentrate his forces.
I mean, you know, we've already seen in his old age he may not be as talented as he once was, but to be fair, Beaulieu does have a legitimate reason to be cautious. The French could cross the river in multiple places, and he really doesn't want that to happen. So he does have to take cautious action to prevent that, though I think his caution is probably not going to help him in the end.
What's more, he's completely underestimated the scale and speed of Napoleon's move.
Oh no.
The French advance guard, with Colonel Lannes in the lead, crosses the Po on the 7th of May, chasing off Austrian patrols that are the only opposition. By the next morning, most of La Harpe's and Augereau's divisions and the cavalry are across, consolidating the French bridgehead, while Massena and Serrurier move to the crossing as fast as they can. Men of General Liptay's division are the closest Austrian troops. They take up defensive positions at Fombio, but are overwhelmed by the French attack.
I will say, by the way, just a quick note, the artwork throughout this video is fantastic, and I think gives a really good look at the scale of these battles. And keep in mind, these battles are much, much, much smaller scale than some of the battles we're going to be seeing throughout the Napoleonic Wars, or that we did see throughout the Napoleonic Wars. But even these battles, you know, you can look at this art, just the absolute waves of men crashing against each other, heading in every direction. You know, I really like how this is depicted.
That evening, Beaulieu's advance guard arrives, expecting to reinforce Liptay. Instead, they blunder into La Harpe's division.
Uh-oh.
In confused night fighting, General La Harpe is shot dead, possibly by friendly fire.
Damn.
Napoleon regards him as one of the army's best generals, and his loss a great blow.
And, you know, we've seen, even already, so many of the figures that emerged in this campaign would go on to be so important down the line. They would go on to be marshals under Napoleon. So if La Harpe had survived, who knows how far he would have risen. We've already seen there have been a lot of casualties in this campaign. There's a lot of men who are extremely talented, maybe more talented than those men who would go on to become marshals, but they don't make it past the campaign in Italy. And unfortunately, that's just how it is, particularly when you have this aggressive strategy. You risk high casualties, and you risk casualties among your officer corps, because you need men who are willing to risk it all, get out in front, and lead by example. And that's great, but if you're doing that, you're, you know, at an increased risk of being shot or being stabbed or killed in any way, right?
Beaulieu, realizing that the French have crossed the Po in force and now threaten to cut him off, orders a rapid withdrawal east. Milan is to be sacrificed. The great fortress of Mantua will be his next refuge. The French advance guard is soon in pursuit. On the morning of the 10th of May, they catch the Austrian rearguard.
Yeah, Napoleon does not want to let them go because I've had a lot of criticism of Beaulieu, but it was probably militarily the right decision to retreat far east and leave Milan. Now, symbolically, politically, that might be an unpopular decision. You're sacrificing such an important and populous city to the French, but militarily, this is probably your best chance of survival. And, you know, Napoleon knows this. He does not want to let the Austrians escape.
At Lodi.
Ah, now this is a famous battle. I have certainly heard of this one.
French troops chase the Austrians across town and over the town's 200-yard bridge over the River Adda. But when they try to follow, they find the bridge is swept by fire from 14 guns.
Wow.
Its far end is held by 3 battalions of Croatian infantry.
Okay.
Several more battalions and cavalry squadrons are behind them in reserve. Around 6,500 men in total. Napoleon soon arrives and positions guns to bombard the Austrians on the far bank. An artillery duel rages for much of the afternoon.
And remember, Napoleon was an artillery commander, so this is kind of his expertise.
Napoleon sends Beaumont's cavalry brigade upstream to look for a ford so they can cross the river and flank the Austrian defenses.
This is probably the best course of action because the Austrians right now have a pretty damn strong position. I mean, they will be able to repel the French from crossing at almost any cost to the French. So the best thing to do is probably for Napoleon to find another way across the river to try and flank them and dislodge them from their position.
But he grows impatient. Massena's division has begun to arrive from the south, bringing his strength up to 15,000 men and 30 guns. Napoleon makes a speech to the infantry, taunting them, daring them to take the bridge, then orders them forward.
Okay. We'll see how this goes, but once again, sure, Napoleon has a lot more men than the Austrians do, but all the Austrians have to do is hold this bridge, and it's going to take a lot of French casualties to be able to take this bridge and cross it, so we'll see how this goes. I'm not sure this is the greatest idea Napoleon's ever had.
To cries of "Vive la République!" the hardened 2nd Carabinier Battalion leads the charge. They come under torrential fire from the Austrian guns.
Yep.
But urged on by Napoleon, Berthier, Massena, Lannes, and others, French infantry surge across, under, and around the bridge.
Wow.
Faced with this irresistible onslaught, the Austrian front line crumbles.
Incredible, hey. You know, who am I to give advice to Napoleon, right? He knows what he's doing. Now, I'm sure this did cost a lot of French lives. That's always the downside. But this strategy of, it's just a strategy of push forward as hard and as fast as possible. Sometimes this is the way to do it. It's not complicated, but it can be very effective. Now, would Napoleon have been better off waiting for his men to cross the river? Maybe. It probably would have cost less French lives. But also, you have to remember, Napoleon's under a time crunch. He's trying to capture or defeat the Austrians as they escape to the east. So he wants to do this as quickly as possible. So you can kind of see why he decided to take this course of action.
And with French cavalry across the river to the north, the rest of the Austrian rearguard begins an orderly withdrawal.
Okay, well, actually, of course, 500's still a lot of casualties, but not nearly as many as the Austrians. The Austrians have 4 times as many casualties as the French. It's a pretty remarkable French victory right there. Yeah, well, Napoleon was certainly not known for having a small ego. Of course, many of the quote-unquote great men throughout history had massive egos, and I guess for good reason. When you're that powerful, we can see that this idea that Napoleon has of himself has already started to develop. And he certainly had some impressive victories, but his victories are not impressive enough to call him, a decider of the fate of peoples. He's a little ahead of the curve, but as we know, he is correct in the long run.
5 days after his victory at Lodi, Napoleon leads his army into the city of Milan. They are welcomed by cheering crowds. Though in reality, Italians are deeply divided in their attitudes towards the French.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're met with cheering crowds, but, like they said, the Italians are very divided. We're sort of coming upon this new age of nationalism in Europe. We're at the beginning stages, and so there's begun to be some unrest amongst, some of the liberal elites, some of the liberal, more revolutionary types in Italy. There's been, they don't like that Austria has so much influence because they're beginning to develop this feeling that they're Italian and all Italians are in it together, this feeling of national identity. And of course, the Austrians are sort of standing in the way of that. Also, some of these liberal Italians are fans of the French Revolution. They're fans of the ideas and the ideals France is putting out there. So there's that. But of course, some others, they may not like the Austrians, but they also may not like the French. I mean, the French are another foreign occupier. And a lot of people, they saw how far and how radical the French Revolution got, and they really don't like that. That frightens them, right? So you very much have a split, a spectrum, honestly. Some people are very pro-French, some people are very anti-French, some people are sort of anywhere along that spectrum in the middle. You have people who are, a lot of people are very anti-Austrian, but some people who were, I guess you could say, sort of collaborators with the Austrian regime are more pro-Austrian. So it's a very complicated picture.
After Lodi, French soldiers have a new nickname for their general, Le Petit Caporal.
Yeah.
The Little Corporal.
Little Corporal.
It's a term of affection because he gets his hands dirty.
Yeah, there's been a sort of misconception. It's tied in with the misconception that Napoleon was particularly short for the time period. Now, Napoleon would be short if he was around today, but during the time he was alive, he wasn't that short. He was pretty average. And the nickname, the Little Corporal, doesn't really help that picture. But Little Corporal, it's more an endearing nickname. It means more like our corporal, right? That's what it's supposed to indicate in French. It doesn't mean like the small corporal, as we sort of read it in English.
Even aiming the guns himself.
Yeah.
The job of an artillery corporal.
That was his expertise.
In just a month, Napoleon has transformed a war-weary, disheveled and demoralized army into a victorious fighting force.
Pretty good.
Brimming with esprit de corps and eager for further conquests.
Yeah.
While he, in his first campaign, has demonstrated extraordinary energy, mastery of detail, brilliant military intuition. Above all, indomitable self-belief.
As always.
It is this quality that inspires his soldiers to risk their lives for glory, for the Republic, and for the man they will one day acclaim their emperor.
Yeah.
A big thank you to PMF Productions for...
Yeah, shout out PMF Productions. As I said, some of you guys have recommended them to me.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration.
All right.
In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy.
Yes, so we're talking 1796. The French Revolutionary Wars have sort of gone back and forth. At times, France has been on the offensive. At times, they've been on the defensive. I would say overall, we're in a bit of a stalemate situation. Now, Napoleon takes over the army of Italy, an army that really has been undersupplied. It hasn't gotten the attention it deserves, and he's going to turn this entire conflict around.
It was his first command. Many expected him to fail.
Yeah, well, up until this point, of course, Napoleon performed well at the Siege of Toulon, and he defended the government from a royalist uprising, right? But he was seen as a political appointee. He didn't have that much military experience. And so a lot of the officers, when he was appointed to the position, thought, well, he's only being appointed because of his political connections, which was true. That's exactly why Napoleon was given that position. And rightfully so, a lot of the officers thought, this guy probably doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have enough military experience. He's a joke. Napoleon arrived and very quickly showed them that he was the real deal.
Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory.
Yep.
Transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend.
This is really where it all begins.
This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
Yep. All right, part 2, Castiglione.
May 1796. The French Revolutionary Wars have entered their 5th year. And on what most consider to be a secondary front, there has been a stunning development.
Yeah, well, as you could probably see on that map, most of the action is taking place up north, up the Rhine River. You know, the Army of Italy, it's not supposed to be that important. But then you send Napoleon there, and like I said, he turns everything around.
A 26-year-old general of the French Republic, Napoleon Bonaparte, has waged a lightning campaign across northern Italy, defeating the Kingdom of Piedmont-Sardinia and driving the Austrians across Lombardy.
Yep.
2,000 Austrian troops remain holed up in Milan's citadel, but they cannot prevent his triumphal entry into the city on the 15th of May.
And just that quickly, Napoleon has taken control of Milan, one of the most important, most powerful cities of northern Italy. In the region, it's a real center of culture, it's a center of trade, commerce, it's an intellectual center. It's a really important city, and just like that, Napoleon has occupied it.
Now, the French general holds court at the Palazzo Serbelloni, issuing decrees on behalf of the Directory in Paris, while his troops enjoy several days' rest. Lombardy is to be reorganized as a French client state.
And by the way, when we talk about, say, Austrian Italy, or Austrian control of northern Italy, you can see on this map that there is some territory that Austria directly holds. But there's other territory, like Lombardy, we're just talking about Milan, or the Venetian Republic, that Austria might not officially hold, but they have a lot of control over. These have traditionally been Austrian client states. So when we talk about Austrian Italy, we're talking about the territory that Austria officially administers, but also sort of the broader Austrian-influenced region, right?
Known as the Lombardic Republic. Political and economic reforms sweep away the old Austrian state.
Yep, and we're already seeing some staples of Napoleon's political activity. Invade somewhere, occupy, establish a sister republic to France. We could also call it a French client state. Depends how generous you want to be. And then institute a bunch of economic and political reforms.
To the delight of Italian intellectuals in cities like Milan. But the French also demand 20 million francs to help pay for the war, while their troops requisition vast quantities of food, horses, cattle, and boots.
The French occupation was very controversial. Now, on one hand, this is a foreign occupation, a hostile foreign occupation. But beforehand, you were under the boot of the Austrians. So for a lot of people, they don't like either. There's also the question of political affiliation. Now, keep in mind, the French Revolution was extremely controversial within France. The French Revolution and its ideas are controversial wherever the French go. But what that means is there are people who absolutely do not support these new reforms, those who collaborated with the Austrians, people who are pious, religious figures, priests, and there are people, a lot of the urban inhabitants of a city like Milan, a lot of the upper middle class intellectuals who absolutely do support the policies and reforms that Napoleon is bringing with him. So even within this new sister republic, this new French client state, these reforms are very controversial. But of course, Napoleon isn't just bringing modernizing reforms, he is also asking, and by asking, I mean demanding, a lot of money. And if it isn't given to him, he is perfectly fine with taking it.
Most inflammatory are their attacks on the property and dignity of the Catholic Church, which enrage Italian priests and peasants.
And this would honestly probably be the most controversial aspect of the French Revolution across Europe. Now, a lot of the monarchs of Europe don't like the liberal uprisings, but if we're talking about the vast majority of Europeans, mostly peasants at this point, the thing that they hate the most about the French Revolution is how anti-Catholicism it is. We see the same thing in Spain and Portugal. A lot of the Spanish, Portuguese peasants hate the French Revolution because they know it is very hostile to Catholicism. And we're seeing the same thing here. Probably what the people of this region dislike most about the French Revolution is how irreligious it is. Now, of course, that is, once again, not universal. A lot of those middle and upper-class intellectuals will also be rather anti-clerical as well, but for a lot of the peasants, they are not on board with this.
And are a gift to anti-French propagandists.
Yeah.
On the 23rd of May, as Napoleon's troops set off in pursuit of the Austrians, revolt breaks out in Pavia. The next day, there are riots in Milan. Napoleon races back to the city, where order is soon restored. But on the road to Pavia, at Binasco, he encounters 1,000 armed rebels.
Yep.
Colonel Lannes' grenadiers rout the peasants, killing 100 and burning the village. A terrible example, which will be effective, Napoleon writes.
I was wondering if they're going to show some of these quotes from Napoleon. Napoleon burns down this town very much on purpose. It's not like it gets out of hand. He knows what he's doing. Napoleon intends to set an example. Now, he doesn't want to go around burning down every town he sees. That would be ineffective. And to be fair, he had some level of morality. But what Napoleon wants to do is set an example. Show everybody, look, you know, we're bringing these reforms to our new sister republic, you know, these people of the revolution. But don't get the wrong idea. You cannot rise up in revolt against us. We are here to rule, and as long as you're in accordance with us, you'll get off splendidly. But if you want to oppose us, this is what's going to happen.
Pavia is retaken the next day, with little opposition.
Exactly.
A score of ringleaders, including several priests, are shot. Hundreds of hostages are taken from prominent local families to ensure future cooperation.
Clearly, they saw the example Napoleon had just set, and obviously, these are some heavy-handed tactics, but this is relatively merciful compared to burning the entire town down, right?
Napoleon resumes his advance east. His army now organized into 4 divisions: Kilmain's advance guard, Augereau, Massena, and Serrurier.
And keep an eye on Mantua, or Mantua, in the bottom right corner. This is a real stronghold of Austrian influence. It's going to be important throughout this early campaign.
General Berlioz's Austrian army holds the line of the Mincio River, with Lake Garda on his right and the great fortress of Mantua on his left.
Right.
This, together with the fortresses at Peschiera, Verona, and Lagnago, forms the famous quadrilateral. 4 bastions that cement Austria's grip on northern Italy. But once more, Berlioz can't get a read on Napoleon's movements.
And Napoleon has taken Milan, which is, like I mentioned, a very important city in the region. But this region right here, where Berlioz is stationed, this is really the heartland of Austrian influence in Italy. This is what they really do not want to lose to the French.
He scatters his troops, trying to defend 4 potential crossing points, and is further distracted by fake preparations to cross Lake Garda by boat.
Oh, way too spread out.
In fact, Napoleon has decided to cross the Mincio at Borghetto. And when Kilmain's advance guard arrives, they find the bridge defended by a single battalion of infantry and handful of hussars. The Austrians are soon driven back, but a sudden counterattack nearly bags General Bonaparte himself. A possibly dramatized account has him hopping over fences with one boot on, to evade the hussars.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories from this period of Napoleon's career. Well, there's a lot of stories throughout the entirety of Napoleon's career that are very likely dramatized and exaggerated. Now, there's a lot of debate over this amongst historians. Is this true? Is that true? A lot of times we don't entirely know. I think it's worth assuming that there is truth to a lot of these stories we hear, but to take everything with a grain of salt. You know, not every heroic charge that Napoleon supposedly led from the front actually happened, but some of them did.
This lucky escape leads to the formation of an elite cavalry detachment to act as Napoleon's personal escort. They are named the Compagnie des Guides à Cheval. Their commander is a young cavalry captain named Jean-Baptiste Bessières.
Yup.
In time, this unit will become the famous Chasseurs à Cheval of the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's ever-present bodyguard on campaign.
And it's remarkable to see all of these characters and all of these things forming early in Napoleon's career that will go on to be so important down the line.
This video is sponsored by Enlisted, the unique World War II first-person shooter, in which you lead your squad into battle in a variety of major campaigns, from Barbarossa to the street.
I'm gonna let their ad play through since this is a new video. Please go and check out this video. It's linked in the description. Go give Epic History TV a like, a subscription, and go check out their sponsor. You know, they deserve to get their money for making these fantastic videos. So, I'm gonna let this play through, and please go check it out.
Play Enlisted now on PC, Xbox, or PlayStation using the link in our video description, and get a free bonus pack including multiple weapons, soldiers, and premium account. Thanks to Enlisted for sponsoring this video.
Sounds like a great deal to me. I have to provide for the defense of Mantua, the key to Italy. That's exactly right, and that's why I pointed out Mantua earlier. It's important.
Taken by surprise by the crossing at Borghetto, Boglio begins a withdrawal to a new defensive line in the Adige Valley. However, at Mantua, he leaves behind a reinforced garrison, well supplied and ready to withstand a siege of at least 2 months.
So we've gone from 2,000 to almost 14,000 soldiers holding this fortress. You know, that is pretty tough to overcome, particularly if they're well supplied, which we've just heard they are, and they have a lot of guns. That'll take a long siege to conquer. And so far, Napoleon has been running this, as they called it, lightning campaign. He's been going quickly. This presents a serious challenge.
Napoleon cannot bypass Mantua. Its garrison is too powerful. But the fortress city will be a tough nut to crack. Its old walls surrounded on 3 sides by a lake and on the other by malarial marshland. The most unhealthy place in Italy, Napoleon tells the Directory.
Very defensible.
His biggest problem is his lack of heavy siege artillery. Most of these guns are in Milan, bombarding the Austrians, still holed up in the citadel.
And trust me, if anybody knows about artillery, it is the former artillery commander, Napoleon, right? This is where he begins. Remember the Siege of Toulon. This is what he knows. So if he says we need more guns, or we need to move the guns, he's absolutely right. He knows what he's talking about.
More guns were supposed to arrive by sea, but have been intercepted by British warships, commanded by a certain Commodore Horatio Nelson.
How about that?
Since April, Napoleon has launched 3 successful offensives, marched more than 200 miles, and won 10 battles.
Jeez.
But finally, outside the walls of Mantua, he is brought to a halt. And the demands on his limited force are growing. He must maintain the siege of Mantua, even though its guns outnumber his own and no direct assault can be made.
Remember, Napoleon came to the army of Italy. It was incredibly undersupplied. Discipline was not being enforced. It was a real ragged group of men that Napoleon whipped into shape and has won several impressive victories. But he can't magic up supplies from nowhere. He's still dealing with a serious lack of men and a serious lack of supplies.
He must protect his lines of communication back to France.
Yep.
And guard against further revolt in Lombardy.
And of course, these issues, lack of men, lack of supplies, as they're pointing out, are getting even worse over time, because now Napoleon is conquering all this territory, which he has to hold, cities he has to garrison, sieges he has to keep up. And so his men are being stretched thinner and thinner and thinner.
And he must be ready to face the Austrians, who are receiving reinforcements from Germany, and will soon counterattack.
Yep.
To add to his problems, the French Directory demands that he lead an expedition to central and southern Italy. He's to threaten military occupation unless these states cough up huge sums to help fund the French war effort. Napoleon vehemently opposes the idea.
See, the Directory is still under the illusion that they're in control. Or at the very least, under the illusion that they can do a better job than Napoleon. He's done some impressive stuff, but he still needs to prove himself in the eyes of the government. You know, he's still in the position where he has someone above him to answer to. Now, that's going to change down the line, but right now, that's the position Napoleon's in.
Marching troops the length of Italy in high summer, he warns, will end in sickness and death. Fortunately, strong words alone persuade Naples to sign an armistice. And in the end, Napoleon doesn't even have to go as far as Rome. The French march through the Duchy of Modena, the Papal States, and the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, raising more than 40 million francs in tribute from states that are powerless to resist.
Wow.
Napoleon dines in Florence with the Grand Duke before returning to Milan. There he is reunited with his...
And by the way, Napoleon's career is already remarkable. He starts on Corsica, member of a fairly low-level noble family. He is aristocracy, but he's Corsican aristocracy, and in terms of the, rankings, he's not that high up. He works his way up through military school, has a couple of impressive moments, finally begins his campaign in Italy, and now already he's achieving these extremely impressive feats that really no one else but him could have done, dining with important figures, doing diplomacy on his own, governing territory he's conquered. I mean, already, this is an incredible rise through the ranks.
His wife, Josephine, who's arrived from Paris, discreetly accompanied by her new lover.
Not that discreetly. It was pretty obvious.
Napoleon does not linger in Milan.
Napoleon knew about her lover. I'll put it that way. It was not discreet. It was quite obvious, and they had a lot of relationship troubles.
Citadel has finally fallen, freeing up his siege guns. His troops have seized another 150 guns from the forts of central Italy. Napoleon can now make serious plans to take Mantua, and he has no time to lose. In the Tyrol, the reinforced Austrian army is beginning to stir.
Wormser.
Under a new commander.
Yup.
Beaulieu is gone. Now, 72-year-old Field Marshal Count von Wurmser is in command.
Yes. Let's be honest, Beaulieu has not been very impressive. Sorry. Von Wurmser, while he is also an old man, he is more of a formidable foe. I don't want to talk him up too much, right? Not necessarily a brilliant genius, but he's more formidable than Beaulieu was.
A courageous cavalryman, vigorous beyond his years, and determined to avenge Austrian defeats in Italy.
Yep. New enemy has appeared. And Napoleon knows the The storm is beginning to gather. He sees what's coming.
Since crossing the Mincio, Napoleon has reorganized and redeployed his forces. General Massena's division is near Rivoli, watching the road to the Tyrol. 2 of his brigades, under General Sorre, are at Salo, watching the western side of Lake Garda. General Despinois' division is in support at Peschiera. General Augereau's division is around Legnago, watching the eastern approaches, while Kilmain's cavalry mounts patrols. General Serrurier's division carries out the siege of Mantua itself. But Napoleon's hopes for a rapid conclusion to the siege are in vain. The Austrian garrison conducts a skillful and active defense, raiding French entrenchments and seizing supplies.
Yup. It's like, look, we've seen Napoleon push the Austrians back a lot, particularly under the leadership of Beaulieu, but they're not necessarily pushovers. At times, they can be slow, and they certainly have not adapted to the new tactics Napoleon brings to the table, but the Austrian army is still a formidable force, and we do see some impressive performances, like the defense of Mantua.
Murat, recently promoted to Brigadier General, plans to lead a group of men in Austrian uniform across the lake at night to take the Guards by surprise.
Very daring.
But the operation's abandoned when the water level suddenly drops. The French step up their bombardment of the city, firing more than 1,000 cannonballs and mortar shells in one 6-hour period.
Jeez.
Mantua is being battered to pieces, but its walls are not yet breached.
Yup. The Austrians hold.
Napoleon is out of time. Field Marshal Wurmser is finally marching to Mantua's aid.
And now, with Napoleon holding all this territory, him having the more established position, he is now the one being put in a bad position by the Austrian advance. Like I said, that siege of Mantua, that's going to take a long time. Time that Napoleon doesn't have. And now he has to deal with this fortress that refuses to fall, and the Austrians advancing from the north.
He has divided his army into 4 columns. 2 central columns are advancing down the Adige Valley, directly towards Mantua. Another column to the east is making a wide flanking march, while a 4th column, under General Kozdanovic, advances down the western shore of Lake Garda, planning to seize Brescia and cut Napoleon's line of retreat.
And this is as good a plan as any, but I'm shaking my head because I frankly think the Austrians should have kept their forces together. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see how this Austrian advance goes, but I think given how skillfully Napoleon has maneuvered up until this point, how he's been able to cut the Piedmontese off from the Austrians, I really think the Austrians should have kept their men together and gone for one unified assault, or just kept them all together and headed for Mantua to relieve the city, instead of splitting them up into 3 parts.
Massena comes under heavy attack and, severely outnumbered, abandons Rivoli and begins a fighting retreat.
Yeah, though, like I said, this plan is as good as any, right? They're still coming at Napoleon from several different spots, and Napoleon's marshals, or, goodness, those who will become Napoleon's marshals, not marshals yet, who hold these towns with a relatively small number of men, they cannot stand up to the men that Wurmser is bringing down.
As soon as the news reaches Napoleon, he races to Castelnuovo, ordering Augereau, Despinois, and Kilmaine to join him as fast as possible. But suddenly, it is Kostanovic's column that's emerging as the greatest threat.
Yep.
General Saue's troops at Salo are heavily outnumbered. They put up a stiff resistance, but are forced to withdraw. The next day, Austrian troops surprise the French at Brescia. They take the town, as well as an army hospital containing 2,000 French sick and wounded. Even Napoleon's wife, Josephine, en route to Brescia, is nearly captured in the chaos.
Damn.
Wurmser has wrong-footed Napoleon. Already outnumbered, he's lost 5,000 casualties. His left flank is in tatters, and there's a real possibility he may be encircled.
Yeah, Napoleon is in a bad position at the moment. And if this was anybody but Napoleon, I would say you're in a lot of trouble. You might actually lose this position. You may be encircled, you may be defeated, you may have to retreat from the region. But this is Napoleon, so I think we should hold off from saying he's defeated and see how he responds.
It's the greatest crisis he has faced as an army commander.
This is true. You know, this is Napoleon. We know how brilliant it is, but it is worth remembering we are still at the very beginning of his career, and he's proven that he's very talented, but from how the directory still orders him around, you can tell he hasn't really proven himself yet. His campaign up until this point, you know, most of it has gone to plan. Napoleon's laid out this brilliant plan based on speed and the discipline of his men, and it's worked. But he hasn't faced a threat this big before. He's being put in a bad position. I think at this point, the question still stands, can Napoleon deal with that? We really don't know. Some people, when put into this position, even if they've been brilliant up until this point, would fall apart. They can't deal with the improvisation. They can't deal with fighting in a position that they didn't choose. The question still stands, can Napoleon do that?
And will force him to make an agonizing decision.
Yeah. Every moment is precious. The enemy has broken through our line in 3 places. Yeah, Napoleon knows how dire the situation is.
On the 31st of July, after 2 months of blood, sweat, and sacrifice, General Serrurier is ordered to abandon the siege of Mantua.
Yeah.
He is to send 2 of his brigades to reinforce Massena and Augereau, and withdraw with the rest of his troops to guard the army's line of retreat.
And this is the tough decision Napoleon makes. Now it hurts, right? He spent all this time, resources, men trying to take this fortress, trying to take Mantua, and now he has to abandon it. But this is also Napoleon showing he can make those tough decisions. The question remains, has he made the right decision? We will see, but he can make difficult decisions. He doesn't just fall apart. He's proving that about himself. But we have to see what happens from here.
179 guns, plus ammunition and supplies which cannot be moved, are to be buried or tipped into the marshes.
Yeah.
Napoleon needs every man he can get. Because...
Though, of course, not only is abandoning Mantua a big waste of resources, which Napoleon knows, it's also a risk, right? Napoleon is pulling his men back to cover his line of retreat, and because he desperately needs more men to take on Wurmser. It's as simple as that. He can't do it with the number of men he has right now. But, as you might notice, now Mantua is left basically undefended right behind him. So if the Austrians want to go for it, then the garrison of Mantua, which is fairly sizable, could leave, and now the Austrians have, not only do they have Kwasdanovich and Wurmser coming down from the north, but they have a force right behind Napoleon. They have him surrounded. So Napoleon has abandoned Mantua. He's made that tough decision, which in some ways helps. It reinforces his men. He needs those men, but it also makes his position even more dangerous in some ways.
Because in the midst of the crisis, he has spotted an opportunity. Kwasdanovich's advance has caught him off guard, but Lake Garda separates him from the rest of the Austrian army.
And this is what I was saying about the Austrians splitting up instead of staying as one.
Napoleon will concentrate his forces against Kwasdanovich, beat him in battle, then pivot again to take on Wurmser.
And this is classic Napoleon. We already saw in the first episode how he basically managed to do this with the Piedmontese and the Austrians. He managed to take them on one at a time. We're seeing it even more here. The Austrians have split themselves into 2 main forces. Napoleon's going to defeat one and then go for the other. At least that's the plan. this is a tactic that Napoleon is going to use a lot throughout his career. Once again, it's fascinating how we see some of these tactics and these ways of doing things that Napoleon is showing right now. Many of them he's debuting for the first time that will become sort of quintessentially Napoleon in the future.
The French divisions are soon on the move. Kostanovich's troops reach Lonato, but here they encounter Massena's vanguard. The Austrians come under heavy attack, and with French reinforcements arriving, they have to pull back. The next day, the French retake Brescia, along with most of their supplies, sick and wounded. Then, Napoleon catches a lucky break. Wurmser has been on Massena's heels, harrying his rear guard as far as Peschiera.
Yep.
But now he receives reports there are French forces massing between him and Mantua. Mantua is his priority, so he swings south, away from Kostanovich, towards a city Napoleon has already abandoned.
Napoleon got lucky with that one, because of course the Austrian goal in the first place was to relieve Mantua. This is the Austrian foothold in the Po Valley. This is what they need to hold. And so if Wurmser receives any notice that there is some risk to the city, he's going to go for it. And fortunately, he's received, I suppose, what is some false intelligence. So Napoleon got lucky on this one. I always say, when we look at these great men throughout history, Napoleon, Caesar, it takes a lot of things to get to that level, that status. It takes skill, talent, intelligence. You know what it also takes? A bit of luck. Napoleon is a very impressive character, but he certainly has his fair share of luck throughout his career.
By the time Wurmser realizes his error, it's too late. He has gifted Napoleon 24 crucial hours.
Yep.
A blunder, for which he will pay dearly.
Oh yeah. A big mistake. Nothing is lost while courage remains. Courage and a good plan, which Napoleon now has. He has an opportunity.
The 3rd of August sees confused fighting west of Lake Garda. One French brigade slips through the wooded ravines unnoticed, straight into Salo, causing havoc behind the Austrian lines. But the Austrians repel 3 attacks on Gavardo, and all seems to be going well until their own advance meets Massena's division at Lonato. Massena's counterattack is led by the 32nd Demi Brigade, which is becoming known as one of the Army of Italy's most feared units. "Bayonets only," Napoleon calls out, "and you, 32nd, maintain your glorious reputation."
Nice.
The lead Austrian brigade is routed. Colonel Junot, though wounded 6 times, accepts their commander's surrender.
Yep.
Kostanovich's force has been mauled.
Junot, truly an impressive character in Napoleon's early career. Also quite a close friend to Napoleon himself, as we've seen in some of these videos on the early career of Napoleon.
Fearing for the rest of his command, and with no word from Wurmser, he decides he must march back around Lake Garda to rejoin the army. The same day, 15 miles to the south, General Augereau's division fights an aggressive rearguard action near Castiglione, keeping Wurmser at bay while Napoleon deals with Kostanovich.
And they mentioned how Wurmser's mistake gives Napoleon 24 extra hours, a crucial 24 extra hours. With how quickly everything's moving, Augereau's rearguard holding off Wurmser for a bit extra time, you can see how important even a few hours can be in such a fast-moving conflict.
Augereau begins with a bold attack on General Liptay's vanguard, driving it back to high ground near Solferino. But here, Liptay receives steady reinforcements, as the rest of the Austrian army begins to arrive. Augereau keeps up the pressure, preventing an Austrian advance. And though there's a late scare when enemy cavalry sweep around his left flank, they are unsupported and soon pull back. For Augereau and his men, it is a long day of heroic action against a superior force.
Yes.
One which Napoleon will never forget.
Oh yeah, very impressive for, of course, Augereau's men, but Augereau himself. This is a pretty incredible achievement and is really crucial to this campaign.
12 years later, as emperor, he will make Augereau Duke of Castiglione. And always remind his critics, he saved us that day.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, by nightfall, Augereau's division is at breaking point.
You know, Napoleon can often be rather backhanded in his approach to his subordinates, a little manipulative, but as we've seen before, he does recognize when someone's done him a service, and he absolutely recognizes the service Augereau did him on that day. And as they just showed, he remembers it.
Our soldiers are exhausted from fatigue and hunger. If you don't send me reinforcements, I won't be able to hold out. Next morning, French troops renew the attack on Kostanovic, and quickly discover he's beating a hasty retreat.
Yep.
A major disaster is narrowly avoided when 3 lost Austrian battalions stumble into Napoleon's headquarters at Lonato. They call on the general to surrender. Napoleon responds by loudly ordering his grenadiers and artillery into position, then demands that the Austrians surrender to him or be put to the sword. It's a bold bluff. Few of his troops are anywhere near. But the Austrians meekly lay down their arms.
And here we can see, Napoleon is known for many things, and he certainly is brave, but I think if you ask most people, what are the top 5 qualities that you think of when you think of Napoleon? Bravery probably wouldn't be in the top 5. They'd say, you know, intelligence, scheming, planning ability. But we see right here, Napoleon remains absolutely cool, calm, and collected in the face of an extremely dangerous threat. I mean, that could have been it for him. We can see his bravery and his ability to stay cool under almost any circumstance. And I think particularly in his first campaign in Italy, even more so than a lot of his other conquests, Napoleon's bravery, his ability to inspire his men and lead from the front, really comes into play a couple of times, a couple of very crucial moments.
As Napoleon swings his army round to take on Wurmser, the Austrian must decide whether to stand his ground or fall back to a stronger line behind the Mincio River.
Yeah.
He chooses to stay put. By engaging Napoleon, he hopes to buy time for Kostanovic to regroup and resume his advance, and for Mantua to be resupplied. His reasoning is sound, but his intelligence is out of date.
Yeah.
And he's underestimated the speed at which Napoleon's forces will move.
So once again, you know, Wurmser is a more formidable foe than Beaulieu. I think we can all agree on that. Wurmser, I think, has behaved fairly intelligently. Like I said, not the most brilliant commander you've ever seen, but some fairly sensible actions taken. Even standing strong here, it makes sense. But he's being let down by his lack of intelligence, Napoleon's superior intelligence, and the speed of Napoleon's army, which he just doesn't expect. And those two are connected, of course. Napoleon's speed, his quick cavalry, and the rate at which he's able to gather intelligence, and the relative slowness of the Austrians. They really cannot follow the French, and so their intelligence also is often out of date. And so Wurmser, even though I think he's making sensible decisions based on the information he has and based on his experience, he just cannot account for Napoleon. The speed of his army, the unprecedented speed of his army, really not something Wurmser would have been too familiar with. The tactics Napoleon is using, Wurmser's lack of intelligence, all of this stuff is letting him down. And this is less something that is a failing of Wurmser, though of course you can lay plenty of critique at his feet, but I think it's more a credit to Napoleon and how he commands his army, how he's disciplined them, how he's whipped them into shape. We're really seeing all of that here.
At dawn on the 5th of August, the Austrian army is 4 miles east of Castiglione, formed up in 2 lines. Its northern flank anchored on the village of Solferino, its southern flank on a well-fortified redoubt at Monte Medolano. Napoleon faces him with Massena's division in the north, Augereau's division in the center, and Kilmain's cavalry in the south. He's also formed an elite unit of grenadiers and cavalry to be held back for the decisive moment.
Also a strategy that will become quintessential to the Napoleonic playbook.
Napoleon doesn't seem to have much of an advantage, but he has 10,000 more troops converging rapidly on the battlefield. 5,000 under General Despinois, marching from Brescia. 5,000 more under General Fiorella, coming from the south. To buy time for these reinforcements to arrive, and to lure Wurmser out of position, Napoleon orders Massena and Augereau to attack. There is a short exchange of fire. Then the French begin a feigned retreat. The Austrians take the bait, some units advancing off the high ground, while
There you go. Some of the brilliance of Napoleon, and brilliance we see from a lot of impressive military men throughout history. Wurmser has a strong position, and Napoleon knows, to win this battle, or at least to buy some time, I have to fight on my own terms. So I need to draw Wurmser away from that position. And so he performs this feigned retreat. And by the way, I don't remember if we talked about this last time, but just the fact that the army of Italy can perform a feigned retreat like this is a credit to the discipline and training Napoleon has instilled in them. A feigned retreat is actually a pretty difficult maneuver to perform, because you have to, first off, perform a coordinated retreat, and you have to make sure that that feigned retreat doesn't turn into a real one. It's very easy when you and all of your comrades are running away to just keep running, because you don't want to turn back around and face the enemy, which, is dangerous and could kill you. So it takes a lot of discipline to perform a feigned retreat. And so, once again, credit to Napoleon and credit to the discipline he's managed to instill in the army of Italy, which, when he found it, was a very ragged army. A lot of fairly experienced men, but discipline was sort of on the low.
Wurmser extends his right wing, looking to outflank Massena's division. Around 9 a.m., the sound of gunfire from the south alerts both sides to Fiorella's arrival behind the Austrian left flank.
Wurmser's in trouble.
Napoleon immediately orders Augereau and Massena to attack again, in earnest. Despinois' troops arrive to join the assault. But Napoleon has sprung his trap too early. Wurmser is not yet fully committed and reacts swiftly. He organizes a new line to fend off Fiorella.
Impressive reaction from Wurmser, and also a bit of a mistake from Napoleon. He sort of jumped the gun. Once again, this whole maneuver can be difficult to coordinate. So I'm not sure to what extent Napoleon acted too quickly and to what extent some difficulty in coordination played into this, but a bit of a mistake from the French and a fairly impressive response from Wurmser, or at least an adequate response, I'll put it that way.
and hurriedly recalls his right wing. But he cannot save the redoubt at Monte Medolano. Napoleon's aide-de-camp, Major Marmont, leads forward a battery to blast the position. His guns open a devastating cannonade, clearing the way for an attack.
And once again, we're seeing some fairly new Napoleonic tactics. At this time, a lot of European armies would have kept their artillery fairly stationary. That's not what Napoleon did. Remember, he started off as an artillery commander. He knew a bit about this, and of course, Napoleon was brilliant. He would literally reshape warfare through the new tactics he put into play. This was one of them. Napoleon was uniquely mobile with his artillery. He would move it around a lot more than was normal, and so he could take advantage of opportunities that appeared on the field. So, once again, this is something that Napoleon is using that most of the armies of Europe are not ready for, but later on, everyone's going to adapt to. This will become the new way of doing things, like most of the stuff Napoleon did.
Around 10 a.m., the reserve grenadiers charge forward with bayonets fixed, sweeping the Austrians off the hill. Meanwhile, to the north, the 4th and 5th demi-brigades surge onto the Solferino heights and seize the redoubt before Pozzacatana. Carried forward by their momentum, they storm the Solferino tower and village beyond, the shaken enemy falling back in disarray.
Yep.
The Austrians are hard-pressed along the line, and now French cavalry and Fiorella's troops threaten to cut off their retreat.
So, you know, this plan didn't go exactly as Napoleon wanted, but still, this is becoming a pretty impressive victory for the French.
While Napoleon is active, energized, urging troops forward, Wurmser seems to go into shock.
Yeah.
A French émigré serving with him recalled, "He watched without seeing anything, saying anything, hearing anything. This brave old man, his head covered with white hair, did not think anymore."
That's unfortunate because, you know, I've been giving some credit to Wurmser throughout this campaign. I think clearly he was outclassed by Napoleon, but I think he behaved sensibly most of the time. This clearly has shocked him, right? And by the way, a French émigré, for those that are not aware, émigrés were those who fled France during the Revolution. Most of the time, they were French aristocrats who, for obvious reasons, opposed the Revolution, and they fled to other countries throughout Europe. Britain, the German states, Austria, and a lot of these émigrés, these French aristocrats who had fled, would take up arms against the Republic during the Revolutionary Wars. That's an example of that here.
Finally, Wurmser orders a general retreat, back across the Mincio River, covered by their cavalry and some late Austrian reinforcements. The French pursuit quickly peters out. After a week of forced marches in stifling heat, with little to eat or drink, Napoleon's men are close to collapse.
Yeah, they cannot go much further, and I think, frankly, Wurmser gets very lucky that the French forces are close to collapse, because he manages more of an escape than should have been possible in his position. I mean, this is a impressive victory from the French, but it's not as devastating as it could have been for the Austrians.
But their general is content with what they have achieved.
The Austrian army has disappeared like a dream. Napoleon's descriptions are always so interesting.
Wurmser's army finds temporary refuge behind the Mincio River. But Napoleon immediately resumes the attack,
Yep.
Massena is sent north to relieve the French...
Behind the river, by the way. If you remember from the beginning of this video, this was the defensive position that Austria was going to pull back to. And now, not only have they pulled back to the river, they've crossed it. They've gone beyond it.
Garrison at Peschiera and threaten Wurmser's line of retreat. The Austrian general has had enough. After ensuring the garrison of Mantua is fully resupplied and reinforced, he begins his withdrawal to the Tyrol to regroup and rethink.
Pulling
the
even
French
further
nip
back.
at his heels all the way. Napoleon has just endured his toughest challenge yet as an army commander. And though initially wrong-footed by his adversary, he's displayed brilliant flexibility and his usual energy.
Yeah, you know, this was not a perfect response from Napoleon. He was caught in a bad position. There were a couple of mistakes along the way, but it absolutely shows Napoleon's usual brilliance and speed. So not perfect, but once again, a very impressive response from Napoleon. And his legend continues to grow.
To weather the crisis and then triumph. But Mantua remains the key to Italy.
Yep.
And while it stands unconquered, the Austrians will do everything in their power to save it.
Napoleon has now managed to push the Austrians back further. He defeated them at Castiglione, and Wurmser has pulled even further back, but Mantua still stands. Like I said at the beginning of this video, it's going to be a big deal, and it's really been quite annoying to Napoleon this whole time. He besieged it for a while, unfortunately had to abandon that siege, and so Mantua still stands, and as long as it stands, Austria still has some sort of foothold in the region.
Wurmser will be back, and when he returns, he'll find himself on a collision course with Napoleon as he launches his own attack on Austria itself.
Oh yeah.
Thanks again to Enlisted for sponsoring this video.
Yes, and like I said, please go and check out Epic History TV's video. It's linked in the description down below.
An Epic History TV BMF Productions collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign.
Yep, and we continue to see Napoleon rise higher and higher, and his image become more popular. He becomes more well-known throughout this entire campaign. I mean, we saw at the beginning of this campaign, Napoleon was someone who had risen through the ranks primarily based on his political connections. Now, he was certainly talented, absolutely, but a lot of the military men didn't necessarily believe in him. He hadn't proven himself up until this point. But prove himself? Well, that's what he's doing right now. And frankly, even at this point in the series, he's already proved his skill as a commander, and he will only continue to prove it even further.
With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age. August 1796. The war between France's infant republic and the coalition seems to be tipping in France's favor. In the Vendée, General Hoche has brought the 3-year royalist revolt to an end.
Yes, the revolts in the Vendée, extremely brutal, violent, bloody. This was a royalist revolt primarily inspired by Catholic and royalist opposition to the French Revolution that had been building, frankly, since the early days of the Revolution, but as the revolution grew more radical, everyone radicalized on both sides. The people in the Vendée began picking up arms and fighting. Emigres returned to lead them, and then you end up with a counter-revolution. And that counter-revolution in the Vendée was put down by the revolutionary government with extreme violence and extreme brutality.
This appalling civil war has cost an estimated 165,000 lives and is the bloodiest chapter of the French Revolution.
Yeah, and that's worth pointing out. I think a lot of times when we think about the French Revolution and the violence of the French Revolution, we might think of, say, the Reign of Terror, Robespierre, people getting executed for talking bad about the revolution. But if you really want to see the height of that violence, look to the Vendée.
Bourbon Spain allies with France. They will combine forces against their common enemy, Great Britain. In Germany, the armies of General Jourdan and General Moreau have crossed the Rhine and are advancing on Vienna.
Yeah, and it's worth remembering, I think, as we can see from this map, that though Napoleon is an important part of this story, and he's making himself more important, day by day, at this point, he's still only a part of the story, and maybe not even the biggest part, He's certainly not in the most important theater of the war. Now, Napoleon has a skill for making himself the center of attention, so, he's going to start making himself more and more important to the French Revolutionary cause. But, as we can see, there are other people in important positions doing very important things, pushing the Republic forward and winning these wars.
While in Italy, Napoleon's stunning victory at Castiglione has sent the Austrians scurrying back to the Tyrol.
Yep.
Napoleon can now resume his siege of Mantua, the key to Italy.
And as we covered last time and throughout this series, Mantua is really the key, as they put it, to this region of northern Italy, or Austrian-dominated Italy. Remember, we talked about this before. A lot of this land was technically controlled by independent Italian states, but in reality, it was under the sway of Austria, right? Austria had a lot of power in this region, and Mantua was sort of the center of this Austrian power, at least in a military sense, not necessarily in a social or political sense, but in a military sense at this point, this is the Austrian foothold in the region, which is why it's so important for Napoleon to take it down.
But he'll have to start over. The Austrians have used the interlude to drag away his heavy guns and demolish his siege works. In summer, the pestilential marshes that surround the city are lethal. The Austrian garrison has been decimated by disease, mostly malaria. General Serrurier, commanding the French siege, also contracts the disease. He returns to France to recover and is replaced by General Sauguet. Sickness and a shortage of equipment once more plague the French army in Italy. Even the heroic General Massena asks to be replaced.
Wow. And I mean, look, we've seen throughout this entire campaign, Napoleon has not gotten the manpower or the resources that he needs. I mean, I just mentioned it. This Italian campaign, this front of the war, is not the most important theater. Plus, the French Republic is pretty strapped for resources, right? They are doing what they can, but if they have those resources, they feel they're better sending them, to the Rhine than they are to Italy, which is just not as important. And so Napoleon has really been struggling to keep his army going, keep it supplied, even have enough men. I mean, he's been outnumbered many times by the Austrians because of that lack of manpower. And as you can see, the French are fighting in some pretty tough conditions here. Also, the Austrians are.
Fighting ill health and exhaustion. Napoleon rejects his request.
I mean, at this point, Massena is really an invaluable person to have on hand. Massena is someone who has a career outside of Napoleon. Now, in the long run, Massena will be remembered for serving under Napoleon, being one of Napoleon's marshals, but Massena has his own independent career. You know, he is talented, he is a good commander, even separate from Napoleon, especially at this point earlier in his career, and so Napoleon really needs someone like that at hand.
Despite these problems, the Directory in Paris orders Napoleon to attack as part of a grand strategic offensive against Austria. He is to break through to Innsbruck, join forces with Moreau's Army of the Rhine, then together invade Austria and force Emperor Francis to sue for peace.
And now you can see Napoleon's sort of being more brought into the big picture. I mean, up until this point, he's supposed to be contesting Austrian control of northern Italy. But now the plan is for him to move north, meet up with Moreau, and then, you know, they will do the main offensive against the Austrians. So not only has Napoleon made himself more important, but the plans of the Directory are sort of bringing him in more as well.
Napoleon faces an enemy of roughly equal size. So he plans to use speed and concentration of force to fall upon Austrian troops in the Adige Valley and clear the path northwards. His opponent, Austrian Field Marshal von Wurmser, is under immense pressure to relieve Mantua.
Yeah.
His staff believe that recent fighting has left the French army shattered.
I wouldn't underestimate the French army. This is a tough group of fellas, and they've got a lot of motivation, especially compared to the other armies of this era. And we saw last time that von Wurmser, though he may not have performed super well against Napoleon, especially in that last battle we saw, he was more formidable than Beaulieu, right? This is a more formidable opponent from the Austrian side than Napoleon has had to fight up until this point. That is not to give too much credit to Wurmser, but he's not a complete fool. I'll put it that way. He's not completely incompetent. He does know what he's doing, even if he's a bit stuck in the past, and we're going to see him make plenty of bad calls. And we have seen him make plenty of bad calls already.
And incapable of offensive operations. So the Austrians plan to make their own advance. Rather than try to force his way past French troops in the Adige Valley, Wurmser will keep Davidovich in a defensive role, while he leads a wide outflanking march via the Brenta Valley and Bassano to reach Mantua from the east.
All right, and as we can see, first off, it's all about getting back to Mantua. This is a really important Austrian stronghold, as we've covered. It's also all about maneuver at this point. We've seen that really the maneuverability of these armies is super important to their overall success.
There he will link up with its garrison. And when Napoleon comes south to face him, he will be caught between two Austrian armies.
Okay. I mean, they've tried to catch Napoleon out before, and it has not worked. But maybe it will this time, you never know.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream, the best place to discover documentaries on history, science, technology, and much more. CuriosityStream hosts a vast collection of exclusive...
I'll mute this for now, I'll let it play through, but, you know, go and check out this video by Epic History TV. They put so much work into it, it's such fantastic content. I'll have their video linked down in my description. Please go check it out. Give them a like, subscribe, and check out their sponsor. Please show them support for making all this fantastic content. And I'll let the ad play through.
Black Sea Wrecks, which covers the recent jaw-dropping discovery of amazingly preserved shipwrecks from antiquity.
Ooh.
This is a brilliant service for anyone who's thirsty for knowledge, and it's available worldwide and on all your favorite streaming devices. Go to curiositystream.com/epiccuriosity.
Alright, check out that link, everybody.
For unlimited access to the world's top documentaries and non-fiction series. Use promo code EPICCuriosity to save 25% on what's already one of the best deals in streaming. So click the link below or go to curiositystream.com/epiccuriosity.
And hey, while you're at it, check out their stuff. I would appreciate it if once again you would check out my Patreon, linked in the description, and you can get exclusive content, including full unedited reactions to TV shows like HBO's Rome that I can't put up on YouTube. Anyway, they've done their ad, I've done mine. Back to the content.
25% now. Thanks to Curiosity Stream for sponsoring this video.
I doubt if Bonaparte had command of the Austrian forces, he could have contrived it better for his own purposes. Okay. Interesting observation from a British observer.
The Austrians begin their advance on the 1st of September. French forces begin their advance the following day. Massena pushes up the Adige Valley, with Augereau taking a tougher, mountainous route on his right. General Vaubois marches around Lake Garda to join them, with one brigade crossing by boat. The forward Austrian outposts are driven in, and by the 4th, 3 French divisions are converging on Davidovich's heavily outnumbered force, near Rovereto. General Victor leads the main attack straight up the road.
I mean, the idea is for Wurmser to draw Napoleon back down to Mantua, but if Napoleon can steamroll through the other Austrian forces, then that plan sort of starts to fall apart.
Driving back the enemy center. Meanwhile, French light infantry swarm up the sides of the valley to outflank the enemy. It's a tactic the French will use again and again to force the Austrians out of strong positions in the narrow passes.
Well, you know, the French, though we've seen the manpower is fairly even, like I said, these are some motivated, inspired soldiers. You know, the French Republic, though a lot of the promise of the French Revolution has already sort of fallen apart. We had the violence of the Reign of Terror and the revolts in the Vendée, and now the Directory is in power, which is a rather, you know, you could say cynical, practical government. A lot of the men in these French armies still believe in at least some of the promise of the revolution. It still is, in some ways, this sort of citizen soldier army. And so, like I said, especially at this point, you will see a lot of motivation, a lot of high morale amongst the French soldiers. They have this sense of purpose. They have a sense of nationalism, which at this point is pretty early for that developing sense of nationalism. And that means that in a lot of these battles, what the French do is just send their men in to push forward. And these French soldiers are willing to put their lives at risk and push harder and faster than basically any other force throughout Europe. And I think that this is probably an example of that.
The Austrians are driven up the valley towards Davidovich's main camp at Caliano. As Napoleon remarks, this position should have been impregnable. Sheer mountains either side of a valley floor that's just a few hundred yards wide. A small castle and wall add to the formidable natural defenses.
Yeah, a pretty strong natural defensive position for the Austrians. Should have been impregnable. Let's see why it wasn't.
But its defense has been left to a single, shaken Austrian regiment, which is given no time to prepare. When the French hit them with speed and numbers, they give way. Massena's troops break through to the main Austrian camp, where soldiers, expecting a much longer respite, are preparing dinner. The arrival of the...
And as we've seen for a lot of the French armies in general, but especially under Napoleon, the speed that they operate at and how decisive Napoleon is, all of this put together, how quickly he makes decisions, how quickly his army operates, how quickly they can get to the Austrians, all of this, the maneuverability, the speed, he manages to catch the Austrians off guard time and time again. They are just not quick enough, or they don't expect the French to act so quickly. And this has been really bad for the Austrians throughout this entire campaign so far.
The French sparks chaos and confusion. The Austrian escape route is immediately jammed with fleeing troops, wagons and guns.
Uh-oh.
The French round up around 3,000 prisoners, alongside 25 guns and 7 standards.
Yep, and those are some significant numbers, considering the size of the armies we're talking about here.
Napoleon had thought that he faced the whole Austrian army around Trento.
And once again, remember the original plan. So to hold Napoleon off up north, Wurmser will head back down to Mantua, draw him back in, and we'll get him in a pincer move. What do we have now? Well, Napoleon is pushed all the way north. He's pushing Davidovich back quite a bit. Davidovich is losing these battles pretty badly, and Wurmser is a bit to the east. So this is not really in line with the Austrian plan.
But now, speaking with prisoners and locals, he learns that Wurmser and half his army have set off down the Brenta Valley. Destination unknown. With typical speed and decisiveness, Napoleon tears up the plan to join Moreau at Innsbruck and orders a pursuit. If he can catch and destroy Wurmser before he reaches safety, the war in Italy will be won.
There you go. And so Napoleon sees what's happening, doesn't entirely know the Austrian plan, but as always, acts decisively. If he's successful, he will completely ruin that Austrian plan. Of course, there's still a chance that, Napoleon is dominating Davidovich, but Wurmser could still reach Mantua, relieve the garrison, and then Napoleon's in trouble again. I mean, that's been one of the main challenges of this campaign for Napoleon, is taking Mantua. It is this really strong, tough, fortified outpost of Austrian power. And so if Wurmser can make it there, and he can relieve them, that's not good at all for Napoleon. That's a bad position for him to be in, even if he's been winning all these battles. And so Napoleon says, you know what, screw the original plan. Even if it's given to him by the higher-ups, this is a very Napoleon thing to do. He says, I'm not doing that. I'm going with my instinct, my intuition, and we are moving as quickly as possible to pursue Wurmser. You wouldn't expect anything less from Napoleon here. On the 8th, I shall be at Bassano. If the enemy waits for me, there will be a battle which will decide the fate of this whole country. And that's Napoleon writing to the Directory, perhaps explaining why he's not heading north to meet up with Innsbruck.
When Wurmser receives news of the fiasco at Caliano, his troops are already strung out along the Brenta Valley, with his vanguard approaching Vicenza. There is nothing to gain by turning back. He orders Davidovich to hold the passes north, assuming they are Napoleon's objective, and pushes on to Mantua.
Okay.
But Napoleon is not going north. He orders Vaubois to pursue Davidovich and keep him blocked in, while Augereau's division leads the rest of the army down the narrow, funnel-like Brenta Valley in pursuit of the Austrians. The army of Italy is brimming with confidence and momentum, and marches much faster than the Austrians.
Yep. I mean, it's that speed and maneuverability we've seen time and time before. We're seeing it once again. And, I think Wurmser, I guess you could ask the question, should Wurmser have turned back to fight Napoleon? I think maybe not. I still think the plan for him to go back to Mantua is a good one, given how important that position is. It's just now he risks Napoleon catching up, which I reckon he's about to do. Or maybe not about, but he's going to do.
A small force at Levico offers token resistance before it's bundled down the Brenta Valley. The next day, French light infantry rout a 3,000-strong Austrian rearguard at Primulano, taking most of them prisoner. Wurmser decides to make another stand at Bassano, where the valley opens into flat plains. With Colonel Lannes leading the charge, the Austrians are driven back, then chased into town by Murat's cavalry. Amid panic, chaos and blocked roads, the French take another 2,000 prisoners, including an Austrian general and 30 guns.
Yep, pretty significant number of guns. We've seen 3,000 Austrians, 2,600 Austrians. These numbers are really, really adding up. Napoleon is now either killing or capturing a fairly significant number of Austrian soldiers. Like I said, given the size of the entire army, Wurmser has made another stand. It hasn't gone well for him. Now he's got a choice to make. Do I keep, basically, at this point, fleeing south until I get to Mantua? That was the original objective. Of course, this whole thing has fallen apart because Napoleon is way faster than him. He's been able to catch up. Wurmser is under a lot of pressure, risks, regardless of what he does, frankly.
Wurmser is in disarray. Down to 12,000 men, outnumbered 2 to 1, with part of his force retreating in the wrong direction towards Trieste.
Oh no, look at him now, probably. I mean, any decision Wurmser could have made at this point would probably have been a bad one, but look at his army, split into several parts. Gvozdanovich has retreated in the wrong direction, his forces are in disarray. This is going terribly. Like I said at the beginning of this episode, Wurmser is not necessarily incompetent. You know, he's more competent than Beaulieu, right, who came before, but Wurmser is, first off, he's stuck in the past a little bit. He's an older fella. He's not ready for this new type of warfare. But to be fair, nobody is. No one's ready for Napoleon. No one's as fast as him. No one's ready for his tactics, his strategy. So, I mean, really, you could have put almost anybody in that position, and they would have had a hard time standing up to Napoleon. But Wurmser in particular, though I think he is sort of generally competent, he is not ready for what's happening.
His only hope is to reach Mantua. The two armies are in a foot race. But for the first time in the campaign, Austrian soldiers outmarch their exhausted French counterparts.
Yeah, the French would be exhausted given all the marching they've done. The Austrians have had at least a bit of time. Plus, I'm sure at this point, a lot of the Austrians are fueled by absolute desperation. It's really life or death. I mean, not only is the plan at risk, I mean, the plan's fallen apart, but they're trying to reach Mantua to save themselves. So I'm sure, you know, that march is fueled by desperation as well.
Wurmser leaves a small garrison at the fortress of Legnago to slow Augereau's pursuit. Forging ahead, Massena manages to block the Austrians' path at Cherea. But General Ott makes a determined attack and clears the road, taking 700 French prisoners and 7 guns.
Wow, okay.
It is a rare defeat for Massena.
I was going to say, a rare Austrian victory. Not on a super big scale, but that was fairly significant and, you know, significant to the broader conflict. So, hey, a W for the Austrians. I'll give it to them if they win it. You know, I'm not trying to hate on the Austrians. Of course, it's easy to do so when you have Napoleon on the other side, a very impressive figure. But, you know, if the Austrians win, there you go. And that looks like it might clear the way for them to head towards Mantua. Of course, they still have more French troops in between them and Mantua, but if they can make it through them, then maybe they'll have a chance.
With the help of a local informant, Wurmser then finds an intact, unguarded bridge across the Tione River and reaches the outskirts of Mantua on the 13th of September.
Wow, okay then.
His army has been saved from destruction.
It has.
By the skin of its teeth.
Just barely. Just barely. They've lost a bunch of battles along the way. Wurmser has just barely managed to save his army, which is very good for him. You know, he's reinforcing Mantua. I would say, I'm not sure if the Austrians are really in a fantastic position. I mean, they've still been cleared out of most of northern Italy, and they're really contained to this one fortress. So overall, it's not like the Austrians are doing great, but in the short term, Wurmser has just barely managed to save himself and his army. What soldier could fail to admire the gallant old Wurmser, never depressed by defeat, who, having been hunted from the Brenta to Mantua, now stood in front of the garrison, determined to cut his way back. A British military historian, a lot of British observers here. I think that's fair, you know. I try to give Wurmser the credit he's due. To be fair, in the last episode, we saw some mistakes from him, and I feel like we saw that never depressed by defeat. That was not necessarily true. He certainly was depressed by defeat at times, but you gotta give him credit, at least for the effort he's making.
Napoleon has failed to prevent Wurmser reaching Mantua. But he knows that if he can bottle him up inside the city, it will put intolerable strain on its supplies.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Napoleon's failed to prevent Wurmser from reaching the city, but overall, the situation hasn't really changed much. Like I said, the Austrians still don't have too much of a presence in the area, apart from Mantua. Mantua is still the key to northern Italy, and if Napoleon can restart his siege, bottle them up, trap them within the city, then we're basically back to where we were. Napoleon besieging Mantua, the Austrians can't last forever. So, you know, the situation hasn't changed too much, really.
For that reason, Wurmser wants to keep his army outside the city walls, free to maneuver, and, crucially, forage for supplies in the surrounding country.
That makes sense.
The next morning, as Augereau accepts the surrender of the Austrian garrison at Legnago, Massena tries a surprise attack at Due Castelli. But it's overambitious. His men have not had time to recover from their long march, and the Austrians fight bravely. The following day, Napoleon launches a much larger, coordinated attack. Sauge's division advances on the right. His troops are soon in heavy fighting with Ott's brigade.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we've seen the Austrians lose a lot of battles up until this point. We've seen the Austrians do a lot of retreating, a lot of tactical retreats, right? And to be fair, if you're getting absolutely smoked, it might be better to retreat to fight another day than to let yourself be killed on the battlefield. But at this point, the Austrians, you know, their back is up against the wall, proverbially. And literally, you know, they really have nowhere to go. I mean, they could try and break out and escape north maybe, but they'll probably get hunted down by Napoleon. They've retreated to a place of safety, Mantua, and they're really going to have to fight for their lives at this point. So I think we might see some more fierce fighting from the Austrians than we've seen up to this point.
Around the Villa La Favorita, Augereau's division, under temporary command of General Bonne, advances along the Mincio River, trying to turn the Austrian right flank. When Wurmser sends reserves from his center to strengthen both flanks, Massena's concealed division launches its attack.
Nice.
Victor and Rampont lead the way with their veteran demi-brigades.
And by the way, we're seeing a lot of names. Lannes, Augereau, Massena, who will become very important in what you might call Napoleonic history. They'll become very famous subordinates of Napoleon's. But I think at this point we can really see, and I mentioned this earlier, I want to reiterate, that Massena is really distinguishing himself, and that's because, like I said, he was already distinguished before this campaign. You know, this is someone who, I mean, he would make his fortune with Napoleon, but Napoleon had a lot of men who would rise up to the top, to the rank of marshal, or even below that, who really started under him. They hadn't been anything before they served under Napoleon, or, you know, they hadn't done anything too great, even if they were already talented and skilled. Massena was a man who had already made something of himself. You know, we knew that he was suited for this sort of command. We saw that in the first episode, and so, you know, we're sort of seeing that talent put to work here. Now, not to say that he's perfect, he certainly makes mistakes, and we can sort of see, I think, a degeneration of Massena's leadership throughout his career, but I think really earlier on, especially in this campaign, we can sort of see some of the highlights of Massena's leadership, like here, and throughout the series.
Austrian cavalry hurl themselves at the French, but are beaten off. Heavy fighting rages on the outskirts of Mantua for much of the afternoon. Finally, Wurmser's centre begins to crumble, and the French take San Giorgio. Much of the Austrian right wing is cut off. Many are forced to surrender, while others flee into the lake. With the Austrian line shattered, Wurmser orders his men to fall back to the safety of Mantua's citadel.
All right. I mean, once again, a fairly significant number of Austrian casualties, but we are now also seeing the French casualties climbing. Now, 2,500 to 1,000, still way more Austrian casualties, but 1,000, that's not insignificant, and you can imagine, if this fighting keeps up, if the Austrians retreat to the citadel, there's going to be more and more French casualties on the horizon.
The troops that were to have rescued Mantua are now trapped alongside its garrison. By early October, the French have cut off the city and resumed their siege. Conditions inside Mantua deteriorate rapidly.
And now we really are back to where we were, the French besieging Mantua again. Of course, the Austrians have reinforced, but, you know, if you're low on resources, there's not much you can really do at that point. And as they said, the situation is degenerating within the city.
Disease, wounds, and malnutrition kill, on average, nearly 100 Austrian soldiers every day for 6 weeks. Civilian.
Oh, yeah, that's horrible. I mean, we saw the French lost, or the French had 1,000 casualties in that last battle. The Austrians are losing about 100 a day. That is, you know, full week, 7 days, 700 every week, almost 1,000 for 6 weeks straight. That is massively, massively destructive, frankly, catastrophic to the Austrian forces. This is a terrible position to be in.
Are reduced to eating rats and horses. Napoleon, meanwhile, returns to Milan, sending his aide-de-camp, Major Marmont, to Paris to present 22 captured Austrian standards.
So Napoleon, it feels like he's already won, retreating to his palace back in Milan. I talked about how Mantua is sort of the military center of this region, sort of the cultural, social, political capital or center of this area is Milan. Very important city, historic city. You know, I'm sure Napoleon felt very important being there. And I also like, we see this painting of Napoleon. You know, we get sort of two versions of Napoleon in popular culture. There's either, you know, young, energetic, quick, skinny, long-haired young Napoleon, or it's like short, stout, you know, sort of chubby, dour, older Napoleon. You know, it's either one of those two, nothing in between, according to how our sort of popular culture views the man.
To the Directory. But elsewhere, the war has not been going so well for France.
Uh-oh.
Archduke Charles, younger brother of the Emperor Francis, has defeated General Jourdan's army twice in...
And Archduke Charles was a fairly talented fellow. He was a pretty formidable Austrian foe to the French, you know. Now look, the French revolutionary armies were pretty revolutionary, for lack of a better word. They were debuting a lot of new ideas, new strategies, new tactics, but of course Napoleon was so far ahead of everybody else, so far ahead of the other French generals. Guys like Jourdan and Moreau, regardless of how talented they were or not talented they were, couldn't measure up to what Napoleon did and what Napoleon would become. And so they can face someone like Archduke Charles, and who, to be fair, is very competent and talented in his own right, and he can put up a pretty impressive fight and start to push things in the other direction.
2 weeks. It and General Moreau's army of the Rhine are forced to retreat back to the frontier. These setbacks mean Napoleon will get very few of the reinforcements he's so urgently requested.
Of course.
Ooh. He and his men are exhausted.
Yeah, 3,000 after a request for 25,000, not nearly enough. Though, he hasn't really been getting a whole lot of reinforcements and resources so far anyway. He's had to do without them, though of course, I'm sure these reinforcements would be key if he could get those 25,000 soldiers that he wants and really needs at this point. But he's going to have to work without them.
Many of them are sick. They must contain an enormous and increasingly desperate garrison in Mantua, with the certain knowledge that the Austrians will try again soon to save the city.
Oh yeah, and now the French Revolutionary Wars are going a little worse for France up north, by the Rhine. Of course, there's a risk that the Austrians send more reinforcements or send a larger army down south into Italy to push Napoleon out. So, you know, of course, Wurmser and the Austrians, this massive, at this point, Austrian garrison trapped at Mantua, they are in a terrible, terrible situation. Napoleon has the upper hand, but he's in a risky, risky spot, you know. He has to keep the siege up around Mantua. He has to defend against the Austrian forces in the field right now. And I'm sure he's worrying that the Austrians could be sending more men down in the future.
And there are diplomatic concerns, which also trouble Napoleon.
Uh-oh.
In Rome, the Pope stirs animosity against the French, citing their treatment of the Catholic Church in the territories they administer.
Yeah, well, the French Revolution and the revolutionary governments would have an absolutely terrible relationship with the Catholic Church. I mean, the French Revolution was very secular in nature, and you could also call it anti-religious, or at least anti-Catholic. It viewed a lot of these Catholic beliefs as superstition and wanted to rid them in favor of reason. You know, we see the cult of the supreme being, the cult of reason pop up, but on a more concrete level than that. For example, the French Revolutionary government seize a lot of church land and sell it to people at cost. So a lot of these new bourgeois figures are buying up this former church land, making them very wealthy. We see the rise of this bourgeois class, this middle class. But, of course, the church and any faithful Catholics are very displeased about this. And the bad relations with the church just continue. In fact, Napoleon, when he gets into power much later than this, is the one who tries to moderate relations a bit more with the Catholic Church.
These now include the Cispadane Republic, formed in part from the Duchy of Modena, which Napoleon has abolished for colluding with the enemy. There is also the lingering threat that Naples may rejoin the war at a critical moment to stab him in the back. So, to secure his southern flank, Napoleon concludes a comprehensive peace treaty with Naples without bothering to consult the Directory.
Yeah, and, you know, we've sort of seen throughout this series Napoleon acting rather independently. And look, for a general in the field, it is important to have a certain degree of independence, right? You need to act quickly, and you can't always be referring back to your central government. But Napoleon makes real big decisions without the permission of the Directory, without the permission of the central government. And we can already see at this point, and if you read Napoleon's personal letters, his writings, or, you know, read the anecdotes of anybody who talked to Napoleon at this time, you know, we already know that he sees himself as more than just a conquering general. You know, he's already seeing himself as this, well, this conquering figure, this leader of men, this political figure, and we can sort of see that in many ways in how he acts.
It's actions like this that feed the whispers in Paris. This popular young general's ambition seems limitless.
Yeah.
Might he not one day prove a dangerous political player?
Yeah, absolutely. And like they're saying, this is not necessarily a secret. Napoleon does things like making these treaties, acting independently, and like I said, if we read anything he's left behind, he's pretty clear about how he saw himself. He had a very inflated view of himself, a massive ego, though perhaps it is deserved. And yeah, he appeared as a risk to those in power in Paris, in the Directory. They saw him, and not only did they see this impressive and successful general, but they saw a political threat. And, you know, as we know, they were right to do so. They were exactly right. He was a political threat.
But such talk will be moot if Napoleon fails in Italy. That autumn, as Austrian troops march once more to the relief of Mantua, he will face his most skilled opponent yet, Feldzugmeister Joseph Alvinci, the first man to defeat Napoleon Bonaparte in battle.
Oh my, the Austrian opponents Napoleon faces just keep leveling up.
A big thank you to PMF Productions for...
Thank you to PMF Productions.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail.
You know, even at this point, it feels a little nostalgic to look back on this introduction, because, as we've seen in this series, Napoleon has already achieved great things. Now, he's got a long, long way to go before he becomes the famous Napoleon that we all know, but even at this early point in his career, he has very much surpassed his origins.
Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a great...
I mean, truly astonishing self-confidence. Self-confidence that may have appeared even a little bit delusional at some point, but hey, when you have that level of cockiness, it's only delusion until you make it true. Napoleon is supremely self-confident, but he proves himself over and over and over again.
...full republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
Great, I'm excited. Let's get into part 4 of the Brigitte Archelaï.
October 1796. 6 months have passed since General Napoleon Bonaparte took command of the French army of Italy. In that time, he's led a series of brilliant operations against the Austrians and won a string of battles. Now he appears close to final victory. He's driven Austrian field forces off the plains of northern Italy, back towards the Alps, while his troops have the great fortress city of Mantua, the key to Italy, under close siege.
And that's been the target this entire time. It's pretty remarkable that Mantua hasn't yet fallen, but Napoleon has it, you know? It's been a thorn in his side this entire time. Like Epic History TV says, the key to North Italy, the key to basically Austrian-dominated Italy, Napoleon hasn't quite cracked it, but he's got it under siege. He's pushed these other Austrian armies away. It looks like he's got a real path to victory at this point.
Mantua's oversized Austrian garrison is nearing starvation and riddled with disease.
And it only got worse last time. I mean, Wurmser and his men, there's this whole Austrian relief effort, but because Napoleon defeated them and pushed them back, they were forced to retreat into the city, which only increased the burden on Mantua's resources.
Napoleon appeals to its commander, Field Marshal von Wurmser, to surrender. The brave should be facing danger, not swamp plague, he jibes. But Wurmser is a tough old veteran. He will not yield while any glimmer of hope remains.
Yeah, I mean, look, we take a look at the opponents Napoleon was facing at this time, and there's a lot of criticism thrown their way, which I think is absolutely appropriate. Wurmser has made a lot of mistakes, but he is a tough old nut to crack. He does want to keep fighting, keep going, and I think, once again, none of these guys really measure up to Napoleon, but I think Wurmser has been a fairly formidable foe, or at the very least, he's not a pushover. Sometimes when you get a summary of these early days of Napoleon's career, you get the impression that, yeah, it was Napoleon versus a bunch of Austrian pushovers, but that's not the case, as we've seen. A lot of mistakes have been made from the Austrian side, that is undeniable, but they have been putting up a fight.
And he knows that to the north, Austria is gathering fresh troops to march to his aid.
Yep.
True, many are Grentz battalions, a type of Habsburg frontier militia, poorly drilled and short of officers. But they help raise the strength of the Austrian field army to 44,000.
Wow.
And they have a new general to lead them. Feldzeugmeister, or Lieutenant General, Józef Alvinci. The 61-year-old Hungarian was once military tutor to Emperor Francis himself, and is regarded as diligent, sharp, and brave.
Alright, and we were introduced to Alvinci at the end of last time's episode. Here we are introduced to Napoleon's next foe. It's kind of funny how this series goes. It's a bit of, Monster of the Week format where we're following our protagonist Napoleon. Seems like every new video there's a new big bad enemy for him to fight and defeat. Alvinci, he's the next guy.
He and his staff draw up plans for a fresh offensive to rescue Wurmser and Mantua. Alvinci and Kostanovic will lead the main column, 26,000 strong, from Friuli to Bassano, then onwards to Mantua. Davidovic's corps, reinforced to 18,000, will retake Trento and push south through the Adige Valley. The two forces will link up at the earliest opportunity.
Alright, and to be honest, this is different than the plan we saw last time, but the Austrians have the same basic goal, which is to relieve Mantua. Not too much change. The situation's gotten a little bit worse, more desperate, and the Austrians have raised some more men, but same essential goal, a bit of a different approach, of course.
Meanwhile, Wurmser, who can muster just 12,000 fit men from the Mantua garrison, will launch powerful sorties to pin down as many French units as possible. Napoleon, by contrast, has received very few reinforcements from France.
Yeah.
His weary divisions are suffering from shortages and sickness.
I mean, we've seen this the entire time. Think about when Napoleon arrived to Italy. We're really dealing with quite the underdog story. I mean, first off, most people didn't expect much of Napoleon, but he was dealing with an army that was undersupplied, undertrained. It really wasn't ready for this type of combat. Now, Napoleon did have a lot of hardened veterans under his belt. A lot of these men had combat experience, but resources were very, very low from the beginning, and that situation has not improved much. Now, through Napoleon's own conquests, he's actually been able to gather some resources, some money, and supply his own army a little bit, which he's not supposed to be doing. That is expressly against the orders of the French government, but as we're seeing throughout this entire campaign, Napoleon has not been well supplied at all by the French government, in part because, this is just one theater of many. The French government has other theaters to worry about, and also they don't really consider Italy the main or most important theater of the war. So they're more likely to devote resources to their armies along the Rhine instead of to Napoleon down in Italy.
And will be outnumbered on every front. Alvinci begins his advance on the 22nd of October. The following day, the heavens open, drenching troops, swelling rivers, and reducing roads to mud. For the time being, Napoleon is content to observe the enemy struggle forward in such conditions, knowing the effort will exhaust his infantry and disrupt supplies. On the 2nd of November, fighting breaks out north of Trento, where Napoleon has ordered Vaubois to attack. He wants to keep Davidovich bottled up, but Vaubois is heavily outnumbered, and his attack fails. Vaubois begins pulling back to Caliano, while Massena gives up Bassano and withdraws towards Vicenza.
And these are the sort of issues that Napoleon has been dealing with this whole time. And first off, he's undersupplied. Second off, he's undermanned. Third off, he can't be everywhere at once, and so he has to send out his subordinates to do the work. Now, of course, the question always pops up, if Napoleon was there, could the situation have been different? It's not even really a worthwhile question, because he can't be there. He can't be everywhere at once, but also, he really can't resist this onslaught coming from every direction with his lack of manpower and resources. So Napoleon has to be quick on his feet. He has to be willing to adapt, change his strategy, and so far, that's what's kept him alive. That's what's kept him winning. Let's see if he can do it again.
But now, Alvinci's advance becomes strung out, slowed by the heavy rain and poor fitness of his recruits. And it is against Napoleon's nature to remain passive for so long.
Oh yeah.
As the Austrians cross the Brenta, he orders Massena to attack General Liptay's division at Fontaniva, while Augereau attacks Hohenzollern at Bassano.
It is absolutely against Napoleon's nature to just sit still and watch the enemy. Even if that might be an advantageous move, Napoleon wants to get in there. He wants to take advantage of the discomfort of his opponent. And also, I talk about subordinates. You know, we see guys like Augereau and Massena. Napoleon has a pretty talented crew at this point. You know what I mean? Now, some of these guys won't make it. Some of these guys will serve throughout the entirety or most of the Napoleonic Wars, and their service record will be a little up and down. I'm pointing to Massena. He'll be better at some times than others. But during this campaign, Massena is truly a reliable man, one of Napoleon's best. And Napoleon does absolutely have subordinates he can rely on. That is a key aspect of Napoleon's success in Italy and beyond.
The French launched dozens of separate assaults. But for all their poor march discipline, the Austrian recruits stand their ground and fight hard.
Fair.
With around 3,000 casualties on each side, the Second Battle of Bassano is the bloodiest day's fighting so far in the Italian campaign. And a failure for Napoleon. Hours later, he receives dire news from Vaubois. During heavy fighting at Caliano, some Croatian troops get behind the French line, triggering panic and a rout. Vaubois loses nearly half his division, killed, wounded, or missing, before he can regroup at Rivoli.
I mean, look, we're seeing big casualties on either side, and that has been pretty characteristic of this campaign, but that is a big, big loss for the French. We've seen that the Austrians are doing a better job at resupplying and sending more men in. They do technically outnumber Napoleon on all fronts, and so those losses, Napoleon really can't handle them, and we can see he's sort of struggling to keep up in every direction, or at the very least his subordinates are struggling to handle all of these different attacks. Napoleon, or at least the French troops, are sort of being pushed back from every direction. Napoleon's in a real dangerous spot at the moment.
The French are falling back on all fronts.
Yeah.
And unless Napoleon can conjure something remarkable, he seems destined to suffer a major strategic defeat.
Though isn't that always the case? We watch these videos, you know, it seems like in every video or every other video, Napoleon's in a terrible position, and we say, unless he can do something truly remarkable, he's not going to make it out of this. Well, you know, he's done it before. I reckon he can do it again.
This video is sponsored by G2A, the online marketplace for all your digital products.
Now this is a new video, so I'll let the ad play through. I just want to make the point, I have their video linked down below, so please go and check out this video from Epic History TV. Go give them a like, go check out their ad, show them support for making these truly fantastic videos, but I'm gonna let the ad play through.
Feeling more nostalgic? Classic strategy titles such as Civ 6 or Hearts of Iron 4 can be picked up for a fraction of their usual price.
Oh.
G2A is very much the Amazon for digital products, with multiple sellers clearly rated by fellow shoppers for their customer service. There's something for everyone at G2A, and by using our referral link in the video description, you'll be supporting Epic History TV. Thanks again to G2A for supporting this video.
What an interesting ad. G2A ad on a history video. Soldiers! I'm not satisfied with you. You abandoned yourselves to panic. You were driven from positions where a handful of brave men might have stopped an army. Let it be inscribed on their colors. They are no longer part of the army of Italy. My goodness, so we see Napoleon clearly a little bit upset, and you can understand why, but also trying to whip his men into shape, whip them into action, saying, hey, me, Napoleon, who his men have gained a lot of respect for him at this point due to all of the success he's given them. He's saying, I'm not pleased with your performance. You guys need to shape up. You can't abandon yourself to panic. You can't retreat. We need to stand firm, Like, come on, let's keep going. We are the army of Italy, basically. And what we do is we stand firm and we keep pushing, trying to inspire his men through a bit of shame.
Napoleon's position is perilous, but his enemy's cautious pursuit affords him some respite. 4 whole days pass while Alvinci and Davidovich coordinate their next moves. It's not a delay Napoleon would have tolerated if the shoe had been on the other foot. When the Austrians finally advance, it's bungled. Hohenzollern's vanguard approaches Verona to investigate reports of a French retreat.
I mean, look, even when the Austrians are performing well, the Austrians are pushing back. I think what we've learned is that, first off, their men really cannot compare to the army of Italy, especially in this case. Like they said, we have a lot of basically frontier militiamen. They just don't have the same level of discipline or experience as a lot of Napoleon's veterans do. And then even when the Austrians are pushing forward and finding success, they just do not have even close to the same amount of organization and discipline that Napoleon does. I mean, he is really fantastic at keeping his men together, moving quickly, acting decisively, and this is something that the Austrians have really struggled to do.
This isolated division is too tempting for Napoleon to ignore. He orders Augereau and Massena to attack. They inflict 400 casualties, but Hohenzollern escapes to a ridge near Caldiero. The next day, Napoleon orders renewed attacks. But conditions are atrocious. The French struggle uphill into driving rain and hail, their boots slipping in the mud, under fire from Austrians dug in on the ridgetop. Around noon, Colonel Dupuy's 32nd Demi Brigade finally gets onto the ridge. It looks like the French may be able to lever the Austrians out of their position. But then, the Austrian army begins to arrive in force to support Hohenzollern's hard-pressed division.
Yep, there you go. And I think, honestly, in this video, we're going to see Napoleon struggling a little bit. Now, he's still Napoleon, absolutely, but he's in a pretty tough position here. He's facing some pretty stiff resistance from the Austrians, and frankly, a pretty stiff offensive from the Austrians.
The French are in danger of being outflanked on both wings.
Yeah.
They take up new defensive positions and hold the line until darkness. when Napoleon cuts his losses and orders a retreat to Verona. It has been an unequivocal French defeat. Napoleon's first in battle.
There you go. We see Napoleon suffer a loss. And, you know, I say in this video we're going to see Napoleon struggling a little bit. That doesn't necessarily refer to losses. You can struggle towards victory or struggle in victory, but here we have a loss from Napoleon, the Wonder Child. You know, he's been pushing the Austrians around northern Italy so deftly. And here we have this. Is it over? Well, don't get hyperbolic. Of course not. But this is pretty bad.
The following day, he writes furiously to the Directory in Paris. He has no doubt that they are to blame for his defeat, for repeatedly failing to send reinforcements.
And what I will say is that, I mean, Napoleon is extremely egotistical. He is the kind of guy who does like to find a scapegoat when something goes wrong. But in this case, you gotta sympathize with the guy, you know what I mean? He has really been performing wondrously, fantastically, and he has been so badly undersupplied by the French government, you can't blame him for turning back to the government and saying, hey, you know, I just lost this battle. Thanks a lot to you guys. I mean, I'm so undersupplied and undermanned. How am I supposed to keep up these victories? So I totally understand where he's coming from.
We may be on the verge of losing Italy. None of the expected help has arrived. The army of Italy, reduced to a handful of men, is worn out.
Although this was Napoleon's favorite thing to do, remember, this is a very intelligent man, a pretty good writer at that. First off, he knows how to pander to the public, and he also tries his best to pander to the government. So if you look at a lot of Napoleon writing back to the government, he will, of course, emphasize the victories, always emphasize the victories, emphasize his skill and the discipline of his men. But alongside that, even when he is victorious, Napoleon will always add in, you know, but we are close to defeat, or we can't make it much further, or we need more support to keep winning. Napoleon, you know, always liked to emphasize those two things at once. And, you know, here we have a situation, though, where he truly has faced a defeat, and things are starting to look pretty damn risky, so you know he's going to write back to the government and be like, hey, we need help. We cannot keep going like this.
The heroes of Lodi, Millesimo, Castiglione, and Bassano have died for their country or are in the hospitals. The men have nothing left but their reputation and their pride. We are abandoned in the depths of Italy. But despite his apparent despair, Napoleon has already devised a plan to strike back.
Oh, well, of course. This is why I say he would always write to the government in a particular way. He was an intelligent guy. Napoleon is not writing his genuine heartfelt feelings back to the Directory. This isn't a diary. He's trying to get something from them. That's why I emphasize, even when Napoleon was victorious, he would always write back to the government, trying to boost his reputation, but also trying to make them send him supplies. No, Napoleon doesn't actually believe that he's lost and all has gone to shit. He might be telling the government that, he's emphasizing the negative aspects, but, you know, Napoleon himself, he's got confidence he can win, he's got a plan.
A breathtakingly bold move that will spawn one of the greatest of Napoleonic legends.
That is true. I mean, you don't need me to tell you, but that is absolutely true. In a few days, we will try one last effort. If fortune smiles upon us, Mantua will be taken, and with it, Italy. And this is Napoleon writing to the Directory.
Converging on Verona, Napoleon decides to risk everything on a daring surprise attack. Leaving Macquart to cover Verona, he will circle south with the rest of the army, cross the Adige River, and swing north, threatening to cut Alvinci's lines of communication.
And he really is risking everything. And this, it's a really interesting thing. It gives us a really good look at Napoleon, and also a good look at how Napoleon is just so different from the tactics of old, from all of these generals that he's facing. You know, it's not like Napoleon is commanding a small number of men. He is commanding a pretty significantly sized army here. And yet, he maneuvers like he's in control of a much smaller force. Like I said earlier, extremely decisive. He moves extremely quickly, and he also takes a lot of risks. I mean, Napoleon is really characterized throughout his entire career by his risk-taking. Now, the thing that makes Napoleon great is that when he takes those risks, he's usually correct, but they are risks nonetheless. And so you can see he is in a pretty bad situation at this point. Any other general at this point, really any other prominent general, would play it so much more cautiously, would be moving back, pulling back, consolidating his position. Not Napoleon. And this is why Napoleon is different, and, you know, the European military community is still just not ready, not used to Napoleon. He's going to wheel all the way around in this extremely risky, daring move, which frankly may seem a little bit crazy if it wasn't coming from Napoleon, who we know, you know, loves to do this sort of stuff. He's really staking it all on the success of this move. It's really pretty difficult to overemphasize how incredibly risky this is, and how much skill, discipline, and organization a move like this will take.
And capture his artillery, baggage, and supplies. Such losses will force Alvinzi to abandon his advance. Marching overnight, Augereau and Massena arrive undetected at Ronco. Augereau's men cross the Adige on a pontoon bridge and begin moving north. But with marshland on all sides, they have to stick to the narrow, raised causeway, just 20 yards wide. And when they reach Arcole, where they must cross the bridge to continue north, they find it held by 2 Croatian battalions.
And, of course, y'all know something's coming because, you know, the video's titled The Bridge at Arcole. Stuff's really about to go down.
Horribly exposed on the causeway, and under heavy fire, the French troops take cover behind its reverse slope.
Yeah, this is a real difficult way to start. So they're trying to quickly, but also sneakily, make their way across the bridge to Arcole. Unfortunately, they find it's occupied, and the bridge is held, and these French soldiers find themselves very exposed in a real bad position. So, you know, we're starting off this daring move by Napoleon, and already it is not going nearly as smoothly as he would have liked. In fact, I would say the whole operation is at risk.
Reinforcements are sent up, but they too are pinned down by the weight of fire from the far bank. Colonel Lannes had discharged himself from hospital that morning in order not to miss the battle.
Yep.
He now attempts to lead a charge, but is hit in the leg.
Yeah.
The fiery Augereau refuses to accept defeat and orders another attack.
And you gotta love all these fellas serving under Napoleon. They really have that fiery spirit of determination within them, as Napoleon does. Very typical of Lannes, to keep moving forward even if he ends up injured at the end. The fiery, determined Augereau absolutely refuses to draw back from this. You know, just all these characters who are just on the same page. And we've talked about in earlier episodes and throughout Epic History TV's Napoleon series how the French Revolution and the Revolutionary Wars really did a good job at promoting these sort of ambitious young fellas, mainly because a lot of the older cautious guys either died, fled, or were executed. So, you know, the result of that is there's a lot of open positions, and if you're an ambitious, fiery young man, you can work your way up a little easier. So we see a lot of them throughout this conflict.
But his men are exhausted and demoralized, with 3 generals wounded.
Yeah.
The attack at Arcole has stalled.
Yeah.
When Alvinzi...
And once again, I gotta emphasize just how bad that is. You know, I just talked about how much of a risky operation this is, how much skill, organization it takes. it really can't be stalled. You cannot afford to wait. This operation relies on speed and surprise, and so Napoleon needs things to move smoothly. He needs to keep going. He cannot afford to be stalled for a significant period of time. That would be a disaster. Or if he is stalled for a significant period of time, one might say to Napoleon, hey, maybe you sort of reconfigure this plan, try something else. Basically, you're encountering a big problem here.
Here's gunfire from the south. He assumes the French are making a feint to divert him from his own planned attack on Verona. But then comes alarming news that the French have crossed the Adige in force and are behind his left flank.
Yeah.
He sends 2 brigades to attack the French bridgehead and diverts Mitrovsky to reinforce Arcole. Massena's division, moving northwest to protect the flank of the advance, runs straight into the Austrians.
So now, not only are the French struggling to cross the bridge at Arcole, but now they're being attacked from several different directions. Basically, the Austrians are now closing in from the north. Uh-oh, this is not going well.
Bionde. At first, the Austrians have the better of it. But a disastrous friendly fire incident triggers panic.
Ooh.
And Massena drives the Austrians back up the causeway.
That's very either unlucky or very badly planned. Basically, extremely unfortunate for the Austrian force.
Napoleon is increasingly concerned by the hold-up at Arcole.
As he should be.
If they cannot break through, Alvinci will have ample time to redeploy and prevent any advance. He now orders General Gueux to take 2 regiments, cross the Adige at Albaredo, and lead them up the eastern bank of the Alpone River.
Alright, trying sort of a different approach. I mean, clearly Napoleon realizes how important it is to get across this damn bridge, and so he's like, okay, why don't we try crossing a little further south? We need to get across this river.
To hit Arcole from the south, he himself rides to the bridge to try to get the attack moving.
Yes, and what we're about to see will become a very famous moment in the biography of Napoleon.
He finds hundreds of French troops sheltering behind the causeway, unwilling to face the Austrian fire.
And I will say, keep in mind the situation they're facing. They have very little cover at the moment, and what Napoleon wants them to do is to rush across this bridge, facing withering fire from the Austrians both on the other side of the river and the Austrians who hold the bridge. I mean, this is basically a suicide mission for several rows deep of men. I mean, it is an absolutely terrifying and frankly, for an individual, irrational thing to do. You know, you really would have to truly commit yourself to the cause to be able to, with all your comrades, charge this bridge. It is just something against human nature to run straight into the face of death, knowing that that's what's going to happen. Many of you are going to die before you're able to hold this bridge and then cross.
General Augereau grabs a standard and begins to advance. This highly romanticized depiction was painted 2 years later. "Grenadiers," he cries, "come and seek your color." In reality, none had the courage to follow him.
Yeah.
Then, the commander of the Army of Italy himself draws his saber, picks up a standard, and runs forward. There is withering fire all around. Several men fall wounded. His aide-de-camp, Colonel Murat, is killed.
Yeah.
Another aide-de-camp, a Polish officer named Sulkowski, recalls, "The soldiers saw him, and none of them imitated him. I was witness to this extraordinary cowardice, and I cannot conceive it."
And so you might be wondering, first off, why is this something that has become famous in Napoleon's biography? That's what I mentioned earlier. This is a famous part of Napoleonic history, and also what exactly happened here. So I'll lay it out for you. Basically, we're facing the situation as presented. You know, we have this sort of stalemate. The Austrians are holding Arcalay, they're holding the bridge, and the French just cannot advance forward for the reasons I just discussed. You know, Napoleon and his officers are trying to encourage these men to get up, put their lives on the line, and charge towards this bridge. So, in sort of a desperate attempt, what Napoleon does is grabs a flag and starts sprinting towards the bridge. This is extremely, extremely dangerous, gunfire whizzing around him. Remarkably, he does not get shot. What happens is that one of his aides basically tackles Napoleon into a ditch before he can reach the bridge and get himself killed. Now, of course, there's the question of, would Napoleon have actually, run onto the bridge? I mean, he would have certainly gotten himself killed. Was he committed? Or is this one of those things where, you know, you're about to get into a fight and you say to your buddy, hey, hold me back, but you don't really have any intention of fighting? We don't know. What we do know is that, hey, Napoleon really did grab that flag and go for the bridge, and then he was prevented from doing so. And like they mentioned, many of Napoleon's men, one aide-de-camp in particular, you know, were shot and were killed during this incident. Extremely, extremely dangerous. And so that's what happened. And so now to why did this end up being a famous moment? I mean, Napoleon failed. You know, he tried to inspire his men, lead them forward, and he failed. This became a very, very romanticized moment in the history of this conflict. And with a little bit of twisting, I'm sure you can imagine why. Napoleon, this great general, the commander of the army, grabbing a flag and heroically leading his men onto the bridge. When you put it like that, it sounds pretty nice. And so a lot has been written about this. There have been several famous paintings of this moment, of course very generously interpreted, and some of you have probably seen a couple of these paintings because, like I said, they're very famous paintings, maybe some of the first paintings you might think of when you think of Napoleon. And so this was a moment that was very propagandized. Battle of Arcalay became known throughout France. It really boosted Napoleon's reputation, even though when we look at this moment in particular, it was actually a failure. You know, Napoleon actually couldn't convince his men to follow. That is not how it has been remembered. And so that's why it became this sort of legendary moment in Napoleon's career. Very interesting, and this is what actually happened.
With the French infantry refusing to follow their officers, the assault on the bridge ends in abject failure. A well-timed Austrian counterattack drives them back down the causeway. In the rout, Napoleon's horse loses its footing. He tumbles into the swamp and has to be hauled out by his aides.
Yeah. It's not a very glamorous moment for Napoleon, and you gotta feel a little bit bad for the guy. I mean, he really is giving it his all. He is trying to personally lead from the front at certain times, and it's not going well. His men aren't following him. The Austrians are pushing back. He's covered in mud at this point. I mean, not glamorous for Napoleon, certainly not. This is turning really sour really quickly. This brilliant, reckless, risky plan that he had, it seems to be falling apart before our eyes.
This evening, General Gueux launches his attack on Arcalay from the south. The defences are less formidable on this side, and his men fight their way into the village. Arcalay, at last, has fallen. But that night, Gueux's men are ordered to pull back. Napoleon is preparing to retreat. If, as he expects, Davidovich has continued his advance down the Adige Valley, Napoleon must withdraw now or face encirclement. His bold maneuver appears to have failed.
Yeah. And at this point, Napoleon does sort of pull back to that more cautious nature which most of the generals of this era embraced. You know, maybe acting a little bit unlike himself. Or maybe you could say coming to his senses. I suppose it depends on how you view the situation. Some would argue that he's sort of lost a bit of confidence due to that failure that day. Some would argue, oh, maybe he's just being sensible. But he's basically worried that this plan he's gone through with has left him very vulnerable, and he is in a dangerous situation, which he is. And so he's thinking about sort of reorienting his position.
Then, at 4 a.m., Napoleon receives a report from Rivoli that changes everything.
Yes, he does.
Not only does Vaubois still hold the town, he hasn't even been attacked yet. Napoleon's line of retreat remains secure for at least a few days more. It's all the reassurance he needs. He immediately cancels his retreat and issues orders to attack.
There you go. Day 2, we continue the Battle of Arculay. And once again, as with any famous figure throughout history, there's a lot of speculation about what was going on in Napoleon's head at that moment. What was he thinking? What was he feeling? We don't truly know. You can't know what's inside somebody's head, but there's a lot of speculation that, Napoleon's emotions might have played a role in his decision-making there. The failure that first day, maybe he'd lost a bit of confidence, just temporarily. He was worried about what was going to happen. He decided to pull back, and then he got that news, and that sort of shifted his mindset back towards, sort of the Napoleon we know, the offensive, the attack, the aggressive Napoleon that we've seen throughout the series, and he decided to continue. Once again, this is all speculative. We don't know what was going on inside the man's head, but people think about this kind of stuff, right?
Napoleon has lost the element of surprise.
Yes.
And Alvinci is now planning his own counterattack. Overnight, his troops edge forward. Provera to Belfiore di Porcile. Mitrovsky back into Arculay. Both armies are on the move before dawn. Massena sends skirmishers into the marshland. When the Austrians arrive, bunched up on the causeway, they make easy targets. After a sharp fight in which an Austrian general is killed, Massena's men are driving the enemy before them. Augereau, however, cannot get close to Arculay. The causeway is still swept by Austrian musket fire and canister.
Once again, Arculay remains the issue. Of course, it's unfortunate that Napoleon had tried a different approach the day before and had found some success by the end of the day, but had pulled back. But, we're sort of back to step 1, right? Napoleon needs to cross this damn bridge or get over to Arculay some way. Take the city, take the town, I should say. It's being very strongly defended by the Austrians. It's a really tough position that he's still in. And of course now he's lost that element of surprise completely.
From across the Alpone, Napoleon orders troops to cross downstream at Albaredo.
Right.
But the Austrians,
trying a strategy that had worked, but now the Austrians know what's up.
Now have 2 battalions guarding the crossing point. French attempts to float or swim across the river come to naught. Day 2 of the battle ends in stalemate.
Yeah.
Many soldiers have to camp amid the marshes and get what food and rest they can. Napoleon will try once more to break through. But he is running out of time.
Yes, he is. Though he's gotten that news from Rivoli that he may not be under immediate threat, what we talked about earlier in this episode still stands. This is a strategy that does rely on some sort of rapid action. Now, it's already not as rapid as Napoleon would like, and it's not going smoothly, but Napoleon can't risk much more time wasted on trying to take Arculay. He really can't. He needs this to go faster. So he's facing a really tough situation. As we move into day 3.
Davidovich, who by now has received several urgent requests from Alvinci to advance, finally attacks on the 17th of November.
Yep.
Vaubois' outgunned division breaks. The Austrians take Rivoli and 1,000 prisoners, and nearly capture Vaubois himself.
Uh-oh.
With Davidovich on the move at last, Napoleon must force a decision at Arculay or retreat.
Yep. Cannot afford to wait any longer.
The bridge at Arculay has proved too tough to crack. So Napoleon switches tactics. Augereau's division will cross the Alpone and attack Arculay from the south in force. A column is sent 10 miles south to cross at Legnago, and then race back up the eastern bank to support him. Massena will advance up the causeway in support, while also protecting the left flank. That night, the French assemble a pontoon bridge over the Alpone. Augereau's division begins crossing before dawn. But at sunrise, Austrian gunners in Albaredo spot the bridge and score a hit, knocking it out of action. Only the 51st Demi Brigade is across, though it gamely begins to advance on Arculay.
That's some courage right there, you know? Now, look, Napoleon himself, I'm sure, is upset at a lot of his men for not being willing to commit suicide by crossing the bridge at Arculay, but these are some brave, brave souls right here. They are trying their damnedest. They really are. This is a very difficult situation to be in. You know, the French are feeling very exposed. They're doing all they can, given the situation that Napoleon has put them into.
Massena's advance is also hamstrung by a broken pontoon bridge. To add to the crisis, the Austrians launch an attack on the fragile French bridgehead. Napoleon gathers every available gun to blast the Austrians, who fall back under a withering barrage. The bridges are quickly repaired. But as the French advance, they encounter stubborn opposition on both sides of the Alpone.
And now we can see in the third day of this battle, everything is sort of mixed up. The objectives, it's turned into far more of a direct engagement. Napoleon has attacked from several angles. The Austrians are on both sides of the river, so the nature of the engagement has sort of changed at this point.
A bloody seesaw battle surges back and forth along the causeways. Neither side can deploy its troops, nor gain an advantage. Around 3 p.m., the French column from Legnago arrives, threatening to turn the Austrian flank. Just as Arculay seems about to fall, the Austrians launch a ferocious counterattack across the bridge. Brigadier General Robert is killed.
Yeah.
His troops fall back in disarray.
This is a big, sort of instantaneous loss. And a big loss to the French cause at this very moment. You can imagine how that would be pretty disastrous under a lot of circumstances, including this one. Also, you got to give credit to these Austrian troops. They are putting up a real tough fight. I mean, they're giving it all they have during this battle, and they've found a lot of success, frankly.
The panic is contagious. Augereau's men lose their nerve and fall back to the bridge.
There you go. Like I said, a loss like that can be absolutely disastrous to the battle plan and to any momentum that the French might have held.
The moment of crisis has arrived. But while the enemy has just used his last reserves, Napoleon can call on Massena's unengaged troops, including the elite 32nd Demi Brigade.
Yes.
Their sudden counterattack turns the tide.
Yeah, saves the day. Really saves the day. Massena and his men rushing in from the west really turns this battle around. Absolutely.
Massena's men sweep up the causeway, taking scores of prisoners, as Augereau's division resumes its advance. As they approach Arculay, Napoleon arranges a small ruse de guerre. 25 of his elite escort sweep in from the east, blowing bugles to feign a mass cavalry charge. In the evening light, it's enough to scare the remaining garrison into abandoning the village. As the French continue their advance, Alvinci orders his exhausted, demoralized army to retreat east.
My goodness, everyone, take a breath. So, the plan did not work how Napoleon intended it to, but it has still ended in success, remarkably. I said earlier in this video, when we were talking about Napoleon's first loss of the campaign, that Napoleon would see him struggle a lot throughout this one, and that I wasn't just referring to that loss. I think y'all see what I was referring to. Even in success, there's been a lot of struggle along the way. And now that we're through with the Battle of Arculay, you know, of course there's been a lot of talk about it, as with everything Napoleon has done. A lot of people... Now, I think this has emerged because, like I said, the Battle of Arculay will become such a famous, legendary conflict. Really will boost Napoleon's reputation with all the propaganda and the paintings of him leading his men across the bridge and all that sort of stuff that emerged from this. And so there's been a lot of chatter about how this was not necessarily Napoleon's best performance, you know? We see in this, Napoleon was maybe stubborn when he shouldn't have been, and wasn't flexible when he should have been. Now, Napoleon is a stubborn and flexible individual at different times. He usually knows when to apply those traits. And so there have been a lot of arguments made that he really didn't perform his best during this battle. And I think that's probably true, you know? And now remember, we're not comparing Napoleon to everybody else. We're comparing Napoleon to himself, his other victories, his other successes when we say he wasn't performing at his best. Now, this was an extremely, extremely risky move. You got to take that into account. And in the end, you know, it ends up working, right? But very reckless, and Napoleon made some mistakes along the way.
To Montebello, to protect its lines of communication. The three-day Battle of Arculay has been a messy, bloody affair, with no great tactical flourishes.
Yeah. And they're pointing it out too, so don't just take my word for it, but you can see, of course, the Austrians are dealing with higher casualties, but massive casualties for both sides. Once again, the French cannot afford to handle these casualties, and like they said, you know, no great tactical flares. We don't really see during this battle a moment where we go, oh, that's Napoleon at its greatest. Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh, I can't believe Napoleon chose to do that and it worked. That doesn't really happen, you know? Not saying Napoleon completely fell flat, but it doesn't feature some of his typical quick and ingenious thinking.
Napoleon's margin of victory is narrow.
Yeah.
And a third of his army are casualties. But he has done enough. For now.
That's key. Enough. It took good luck to defeat Alvinci. Exactly. Napoleon knows it too.
Alvinci may be withdrawing, but Davidovich remains a threat. The next day, Napoleon sets off at his customary pace with Massena's division to reinforce Vaubois. Augereau takes a different route to threaten the Austrians' line of retreat.
And I will say, you know, of course you got to give some credit to Napoleon, always, but even though that was not his best performance, he still has that, you know, customary quickness to how he behaves. So this battle is just finished, bam, Napoleon's marching west immediately. So even if you might expect more for him in a situation like the Battle at Arculay, doesn't let it keep him down. I mean, there was a moment during that battle after the first day when it looked like he might pull back a little bit, but he didn't. He continued moving forward, and now that the battle is over, he has, in one way or another, achieved what he wanted to achieve. Napoleon keeps going, he keeps moving forward. Now he's going for the next threat.
The confusion that follows between Alvinci and Davidovich verges on farce. Alvinci writes to his corps commander, informing him that he will support him by resuming his advance. But Davidovich, having heard of the defeat at Arkelay and now directly menaced by Napoleon, is already retreating. On receiving Alvinci's letter, however, he tries to turn his army around, leading to such chaos that he has to immediately countermand that order and resume his retreat.
I mean, what a disaster. We talk about being stubborn and flexible when you need to be. There are times when you should turn your army around. There are times when you've made a decision and you need to stick with it. This is a good look, once again, at the lack of organization and discipline and leadership in the Austrian army versus with the French. Well, with Napoleon in particular.
The end result is that both Austrian armies are soon withdrawing.
Yep.
And with exquisitely poor timing, gallant old
Yeah, really the worst of timing. The absolute worst.
Uses this moment to launch his supporting attack from Mantua.
Yeah.
He does at least secure some much-needed supplies, at a cost of 800 casualties. It has been a bruising campaign for Napoleon.
Yeah.
By some estimates, he has lost more men than the Austrians.
Oh my, I mean, look at that. November, 1 month casualty estimates. Truly, truly devastating. I mean, when we think about the size of the French army, that is truly a massive and devastating loss. And we've talked about how Napoleon needs more manpower. He needs to be resupplied throughout this campaign. He needs it now more than ever. He's getting pretty beaten down at this point. Even with all of these victories, some more skillful than others, he's really getting beaten down.
He has suffered his first defeat in battle and won a costly, messy victory at Arkelay.
Yeah.
But he has beaten the odds and thrown back the enemy. What's more, his heroic conduct at the bridge at Arkelay will soon take on a life of its own. Artists and pamphleteers turn a slightly embellished version of events.
There you go. I'm glad they're pointing this out. Yeah, a slightly embellished version of events. Sure, only slightly.
Into a sensational piece of personal PR that captivates France. With Napoleon's active encouragement, the world is witness.
And by the way, this is one of those paintings I was talking about based on this event. Many of you are probably familiar with this painting.
The birth of the Napoleonic legend.
Yes.
A powerful force that will inspire loyalty and
many of you are probably familiar with that one too.
devotion for many years to come. For now, both armies settle into winter quarters, as December brings bitter cold and heavy snow to northern Italy. In Mantua, the Austrian garrison is near its limit. Starvation beckons, though Wurmser is determined to hold out to the last. The Austrians will have one last chance to save the city. A final offensive to decide the outcome of the war in Italy. A big thank you to PMF Productions.
Shout out to PMF Productions.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration.
Here we go.
In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy.
Seeing this intro for the last time, I'm so excited to get into it.
It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign.
Yeah.
With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign and the dawn of a new age.
All right, here we go, guys. Part 5, Rivoli.
January 1797. A new year, but familiar problems for 27-year-old General Bonaparte, waging war against the Austrians in northern Italy.
Yeah. You know, it's honestly remarkable, as I said in the intro, Napoleon has defeated the Austrians time and time again, and yet when we look at the map, they still hold Mantua. That has been the key to this region. It really is the most important spot. Napoleon needs to take that. So, there's been a lot of movement on this map. But, as they said, Napoleon is faced with a familiar problem.
He has the great fortress city of Mantua under siege. And after a narrow victory at Arcole, he's once again driven back the Austrian armies, trying to march to its aid.
Yes, a bloody and messy victory. And look, some of you thought I was a little too critical of Napoleon last time. Look, I didn't say that his performance was terrible, but as they pointed out, it was a bloody and messy victory. Napoleon still won in the end. It was a decisive victory, absolutely. I mean, Napoleon, of course, he's brilliant, and he shows that brilliance in basically every battle he participates in. But it was a bloody and closer battle than he would have liked, I'm sure.
But the French army of Italy is in a ragged state.
As always.
Troops have not been paid for weeks. Their uniforms are disintegrating. Their shoes are broken. And above all, they're hungry.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've seen Napoleon has been struggling for supplies this entire campaign. The army of Italy was not doing well when Napoleon was sent to Italy. Now, he managed to whip them into shape, but he has been continually struggling for supplies, arms, uniforms, all those sorts of things. He continually requests them from the French government, and they just do not send the supplies that he needs. And now that he's been marching them around northern Italy, yeah, of course those issues are going to start to build up unless he gets the things that he needs to supply his damn army.
One of Napoleon's major concerns is the wretched state of medical care for his men. The hospitals lack everything. Our wounded are lying on the floors and in the most horrible state of destitution. It's not just a question of saving lives and getting wounded men back to their units. Medical care affects morale. As troops going into combat want to know that if the worst happens, they'll be looked after.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that I don't think I've thought of before. You know, we often think of medical care in the context of, all right, these troops need to be brought back to their units so they can fight another day, but that's an excellent point. If you know that there is at least some medical care waiting for you, you know that you'll be taken care of. If you're wounded, you're much more willing to put your life on the line, much more willing to put yourself in harm's way. And as we've seen, Napoleon, though he has his quirks, he is a charismatic leader, right? He was underestimated big time in the beginning, but he's shown his men that he is a man to be followed. You know, he has a good read on his men. And so Napoleon would absolutely have something like that in mind. He wants to take care of them, you know, perhaps to take care of them for the sake of taking care of them, but also to have a well-functioning, effective army with high morale. He knows how important that is.
Conditions are much worse for the Austrian garrison of Mantua.
Oh yeah.
Commanded by Field Marshal Wurmser.
Well, you know, Wurmser has managed to stuff even more troops into Mantua, and they already didn't have enough food or supplies, so they are really struggling. And you know what? Look, we can look at this map and say, wow, the Austrians continue to hold the city, not much has changed. On one level, that is true, but if we look a little closer, the situation of the Austrian garrison in Mantua has continued to decline as Napoleon has continually fended off attacks from other Austrian armies. So, though Napoleon is sort of always in a bit of a vulnerable, risky position, the position of the Austrians is declining over time. It is changing significantly, even if the map might not show it.
In 4 months of siege, 9,000 soldiers have died from disease, wounds, or the effects of malnutrition.
And we're talking about, we've seen in this campaign, we look at battles and, you know, we might have a couple thousand casualties from each battle. 3, 4, 5,000. The Austrian garrison, from its time defending this city, not even fighting. I mean, there's been a couple of sorties out. They've done some fighting, but primarily just from defending the city. We have 9,000 dead, 9,500 sick and wounded. Those are remarkable casualty numbers.
Survivors live off horse meat. Civilians off rats.
Yeah, they're desperate. They're desperate.
Even these miserable rations will run out by the 27th of January.
Uh-oh.
Just a few weeks away. The clock is ticking. The Austrians...
Yeah, well, the Austrians have continually tried to relieve the city, and they've failed time and time again. Napoleon has fended them off. If he can just continue to do that, not to say that that's an easy job, absolutely not, but if he can continue to fend them off, eventually the garrison's going to fall or be forced to surrender.
Must relieve Mantua by that date, or lose the city.
Right, or instead of the city being relieved by an external Austrian army, I suppose the garrison could attempt to break out. But, I mean, this is such a key position, they want to hold it, and as we've seen, they've tried making sorties out of the city before, and they just haven't found success. Their best chance is external relief, but they are getting very desperate.
And with it, the war in Italy.
Yes. The enemy is withdrawing his troops from the Rhine to send them to Italy. Do the same. Help us. We are only asking for more men. Once again, Napoleon pleads with the Directory. He says, look, the Austrians are committing more and more men to Italy. They see how important it is. Do the same for me, because so far, Napoleon's basically been left on his own. The Directory said, man, you're doing a good enough job on your own. We're going to focus on our other armies operating north along the Rhine. Napoleon's saying, hey, and he's been trying to make this point the whole time, this can be an extremely important theater of the conflict. That's been sort of one of his issues from the beginning, is that the Directory sees the fighting along the Rhine as far more important than the fighting in Italy. Napoleon is still just asking them for more men, especially if the Austrians are going to be sending more men.
Napoleon, having received just 7,000 reinforcements, prepares to meet Alvinci's advance. He will not only be outnumbered, he doesn't know where his enemy will strike.
Uh-oh.
And Napoleon must hold one division back to cover Wormser's garrison.
Yep, that's Napoleon's issue. That's been his issue. Now, as you saw from those numbers, Napoleon isn't greatly outnumbered, but Napoleon has to hold back a significant number of his men in order to defend Mantua. That's been the thorn in his side this entire campaign. You know, I mean, it's a really dangerous spot for him to be in, because if the Austrians can manage an impressive coordinated assault, if they can start pushing him back, and Wurmser can break out of the city, then Napoleon is in a lot of trouble. He could be surrounded by these Austrian forces. He cannot afford to let that happen. And so he has to hold some of his men back, but of course that makes him weaker when he faces the armies of, say, Alvinci, or some of these other Austrian generals. It's a dangerous position to be in.
It's commanded once more by General Serrurier, recovered from his long illness. Augereau's division watches the Adige, while Massena guards Verona.
Right.
The Northern Division has a new commander. Napoleon has sacked Vaubois for his poor performance. and put in his place General Barthélemy Joubert. He is a hard-working, brave, and exceptionally modest commander.
Joubert, familiar name. He may not make it as far as some of the others, but a prominent name.
Napoleon, just 27 years old. General Ray is in reserve, south of Lake Garda. General Alvinci has received 14,000 reinforcements and orders to relieve Mantua as soon as possible.
Yep, that's been the plan.
He's eager to march, but heavy snow and the late arrival of equipment and supplies delays his advance until the 7th of January.
Not good. He needs to act as quickly as possible. As we saw in Mantua, the garrison, they do not have much longer to go.
The first columns on the move are Provera and Berlich. But their offensive is merely a diversion intended to draw Napoleon's attention away from the main threat,
Sneaky.
which will be coming down the Adige Valley.
All right.
Alvinci has divided
the newly placed Joubert has a lot to deal with, huh?
this force into 6 columns. Their mission is to envelop and destroy Joubert's division at Rivoli and clear the path to Mantua. But Rivoli is a strong defensive position. They must hit it hard and fast before the French can respond.
You know, we're seeing similar themes here. The Austrians coming down from the north, trying to defeat the French, strike to the heart of northern Italy, relieve their city. Once again, it would be beneficial to the Austrians if they could act quickly and decisively now. They've struggled to do that so far, or at the very least Napoleon has beaten them in that respect. He has always been faster and more decisive. I mean, that's one of the characteristics of Napoleon's style, right? He's decisive, he's fast. The Austrians, yeah, they could use a bit of that.
Napoleon, assuming any Austrian advance is still weeks away, has travelled to the Papal States with a column of troops commanded by Colonel Lannes. They intend to put a little pressure on the Pope, who continues to stir opposition to France.
Yeah, revolutionary France has, sort of unsurprisingly, had a very bad relationship with the Catholic Church, a very bad relationship with the Pope, who has been indirectly, and to be honest, directly, encouraging opposition to revolutionary France. Of course, the revolutionary French state has been very anti-Catholic, very anti-religious, so it makes sense that they have beef, and this negative relationship will continue, I'll put it that way.
However, as soon as he receives reports of enemy movement, Napoleon races back to his headquarters at Rovabella.
All right.
By now, Alvinci's forces have also begun to advance, but serious planning failures quickly emerge. Lusignan's first column, on the right flank of the advance, has orders to cross the slopes of Monte Baldo and attack Joubert from the rear. It's soon clear that these orders are wildly optimistic, dreamed up by staff officers who'd not seen the terrain. The peak of Monte Baldo is more than 7,000 feet high.
Oh my goodness, the Austrians cannot get a grip. We also have this sort of typical division between strategy and tactics. You have your staff officers back home, or wherever they are. And I feel like this is honestly more an issue of modern warfare. And by modern, I mean as we get more modern, it becomes more of an issue who draw up these plans. But they're not necessarily looking at the situation on the ground. And then when you try to execute these plans, you say, wait a minute, this strategy makes no sense. It doesn't conform with the situation that we're facing. And you run into issues like this.
Its slopes are covered in deep snow and ice. The paths are treacherous, even more so after dark, and there is no firewood for making camp. Only by taking a wide detour can Lusignan make any progress at all, whilst losing 200 men to exhaustion and exposure.
Yikes. Not ideal.
Meanwhile, the second and third Austrian columns reach the French outpost at Ferrara. An initial attack is repulsed, and following their orders, they wait for Lusignan's column to appear before launching a second attack.
Alright, Joubert's holding them off so far, but of course there's a lot more Austrian troops coming.
However, Lusignan's column is not yet in sight. Alvinci's plan relies on swift, bold action.
Yep.
But just 48 hours in, it's falling apart.
Not good. See, the skill of Napoleon, as we talked about, you can characterize his style as being swift and decisive, but Napoleon is able to follow through. Most of the time, no one's perfect, but when he has a swift, decisive plan, he's able to put it into effect swiftly and decisively, right? This is the issue that the Austrians are having. Either they've been too cautious, too slow, or even when they've tried to be swift and decisive, they don't have the organizational capability in order to achieve that. I cannot think it was prudent to adopt a plan which, at this season, a fall of snow might render totally impractical. Yeah, good point, Thomas Graham.
At Roverbella, Napoleon ponders the incoming reports. He knows that Joubert's forward outpost is under attack at Ferrara, that Massena has repulsed an Austrian attack on Verona, and Augereau faces a sizable Austrian force near Legnago, poised to cross the Adige. Is Alvinci?
Right, and I like that they're showing this from his perspective, right? They're showing us the units that Napoleon knows about, but not showing the full Austrian force, because at this very moment, Napoleon doesn't quite know. He has to imagine, right? He has to use the information he has to try and deduce, all right, which direction is the main Austrian force coming from?
Using the same tactics as before, making his attack from the east? Then, a second report arrives from Joubert. His scouts have detected an enemy column marching around his flank. He has no doubt that he faces a major Austrian attack and has begun withdrawing his forces to Rivoli. The report I have given you is exact, he tells his chief. Be assured, the enemy will make every effort to throw me onto the blockade of Mantua. The enemy's plan has been unmasked, Napoleon announces, and issues a flurry of orders.
There you go. He's waiting to hear, trying to figure out where the Austrians coming from. Joubert gives him that clear answer. Now Napoleon knows what the situation is. He has to respond, and he has to respond quickly.
Massena is to march immediately to reinforce Joubert. Augereau is to send him cavalry and guns, while the rest of his division keeps watch on Provera. Ray is to move up to Castelnuovo. Serrurier is to be on high alert for an attempted breakout by the Mantua garrison.
Such a typical Napoleon way of responding, just the flurry of action. So many different units and commanders being sent in different directions. I mean, as we said, swift, decisive, able to handle many things at one time. This is Napoleon. While
Joubert, the youngest and least experienced of Napoleon's divisional commanders, is instructed to hold Rivoli at any cost. And assured that help is on.
That's quite a trial by fire. All right, Joubert, you have got an extremely important job all of a sudden. Don't fail.
Away.
A lot of quotes this episode. My friends, Bonaparte demands a last effort from you to annihilate the remains of the Austrian army, who have dared to come again and measure themselves against the Republicans. That's from Massena. You see Massena encouraging his division, basically framing it right there as a last effort. Come on, we need this last push to destroy the Austrians.
After giving the Austrians a bloody nose at Ferrara, Joubert has extricated his troops overnight and taken up a defensive position around Rivoli. Napoleon arrives around midnight and immediately sets out with Joubert to inspect the enemy's positions. The weather had cleared and the moonlight was superb. I climbed the different heights and observed the lines of enemy fires. They filled the country between the Adige and Lake Garda, and the atmosphere was ablaze with them. One could easily distinguish 5 camps, each composed of a column. Until reinforcements arrive, Napoleon has just Joubert's division.
As you can see, this battle is basically gonna be Alvinci's ability to send his men forward successfully against Joubert versus, well, 1, Joubert's ability to defend, and 2, Napoleon's ability to get his men, get reinforcements in quickly. You know, that is the situation we have here. Napoleon is currently outnumbered pretty badly, but he has many more troops on the way. Can he hold out long enough for those reinforcements to come into play? Or are the Austrians able to push hard enough to, you know, ruin his plan, defeat him before the reinforcements arrive?
10,000 men to hold off 24,000 Austrians.
Whoa. Yeah.
But Alvinci will help to even the odds by ordering Lusignan's first column to attempt a wide outflanking march to cut off the French line of retreat. And Napoleon decides the main road to Rivoli, which passes through a steep defile known as the Pontari, can be held by a single regiment supported by entrenched cannon.
Okay.
This leaves more manageable odds.
Yeah, you see Napoleon trying to even the odds. I'm sure you can make an argument that Alvinci should have just sent all of his troops forward in the same direction, or at least not tried to perform this wide outflanking maneuver, especially when the French have more troops on the way. Like, I ain't no military strategist, I couldn't tell you that, but what we can see is that the numbers are starting to even out a little bit, or it at least looks, as they put it, more manageable than, you know, 24,000 versus 10,000, right?
Of 9,000 against 12,000 in the centre. But Napoleon wants to push out his defensive line to hold the slopes that mark the edge of the Rivoli Plateau. At 4 a.m, General Vial's light infantry brigade advances through the darkness.
All right.
They drive back the Austrian outposts and take the San Marco chapel. They're followed on their left by the rest of Joubert's division. But the French push too far. Skirmishes break out along the line, with heavy fighting on the heights of San Marco. Napoleon had not wanted to start the battle so early, but the combat escalates. At dawn, the Austrians attack the plateau in force.
Alrighty.
The French 85th Demi Brigade is outflanked and routed by Liptay's second column. The 29th Light, on its right, is forced to retreat, and it looks like the French line is crumbling.
Yeah, this is a pretty disastrous start to the battle. You know, I talked about this is the Austrians, how hard they can push versus how long the French can hold out. At this very moment, it appears that, well, that question has been answered. The battle started, the Austrians have almost immediately crushed the French lines, the French are falling back, the lines are crumbling, it's over, but, you know, of course, it's not actually over, we know Napoleon.
But the 14th, on their right, fights tenaciously. It's an intense infantry battle across broken ground, vineyards and walled gardens, with sudden charges, hurried withdrawals, and counter-charges. When the Austrians overrun a French battery, an officer demands, "14th, will you let them take your guns?" His troops mount a ferocious charge that routs the Austrians and reclaims the battery.
God, you can just imagine the chaos of the battle, right? And of course, you could say this about any battle of this era, but just imagine the sounds, the explosions all around you, you're going deaf, the smoke, you can barely see anything. No, you are frantically continuing to reload your rifle, fire, reload, and then as the enemy gets in closer, you're dealing with melee combat. You're pushing forward with your bayonet, stabbing, retreating, rallying, turning back around. I mean, it is a crazy, chaotic environment. Just imagine being there. Imagine having to fight in that environment. It just takes so much bravery, training, organization, discipline, leadership. It's truly remarkable.
By 9 a.m., Massena's troops have begun to arrive. They take up position on Joubert's left. The buckled French line is stabilized. But so far, the French have only faced half of Alvinci's 6 columns. One by one, the others now join the action.
Alrighty.
Vukasovic's 6th column is on the far side of the Adige River. But its guns cause havoc among French troops holding the Pontari. Under this covering fire, Royce's 5th column charges up the narrow road and in fierce fighting storms the French entrenchments.
Oh.
This advance threatens the entire French right wing with encirclement.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot for the French to be in. I mean, due to the nature of the battle, the French are sort of hanging on to the edge. They are clawing victory from the jaws of defeat constantly, right? Because they're waiting for more reinforcements to arrive. They're in such a risky position. It is right on the edge for them.
And a retreat begins. Moments later, gunfire to the southwest reveals Lusignan's 1st column has reached Affy, poised to cut off their escape.
Uh-oh. Well then, if you're the Austrians, you're saying, oh, well, maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. In fact, it was a great idea. We actually are going to cut off the French retreat.
The French situation is desperate. They are outnumbered, surrounded, and under heavy attack.
Yep.
Napoleon's staff look anxiously to their commander.
Hey, when it's all going down, you look to the one guy who has made everything happen so far, Napoleon. He has been the one generating these victories. The situation is looking pretty dire. Everyone's going to turn to him. What does he do?
Wondering what miracle can save the army now.
All looks turned towards General Bonaparte, but after a short inspection, he limited himself to saying calmly, "They're ours."
Sensing victory, General Alvinci and his staff ride forward to urge his infantry on. Napoleon remains calm. He knows Alvinci's center columns are near exhaustion and that they have no cavalry and little artillery support. He identifies Royce's column as the most immediate threat and orders Joubert to send every man and gun he can spare.
God, and what a mark of leadership, right? Napoleon is in this extremely vulnerable, dangerous position. A lesser commander, and in fact, even a talented commander, might panic, pull back. Napoleon, in his wisdom, or perhaps in his hubris, says, we have them. No need to worry about it. And he sees legitimate reasons why he need not worry. But of course he does also have that confidence that inspires him to do whatever he thinks is best and not doubt his own decisions. He says, it might look bad, but trust me, they haven't got it. They're tired, they don't have the support. We can take this battlefield back.
For a counterattack, General Leclerc and a 21-year-old Captain Lassalle then charge with the entire French cavalry, just a few hundred horsemen. Under this onslaught, the lead Austrian troops are driven back into the gorge.
Wow.
Here, they collide with the rest of the column coming up. Cavalry and infantry jammed together, some pushing forward, others trying to escape.
Right.
Joubert's men pour fire down on them from the overlooking ridge. The final straw is the devastating explosion of an ammunition wagon.
Napoleon using the environment, the battlefield to his advantage, and the explosion of an ammunition wagon, yeah, that would be devastating. First of all, that is sort of a disaster mid-battle. You know, whoops, we needed that ammunition, but also, if you are, well, anywhere around that, you're going to see it. If you're an Austrian, you might start to panic. What was that massive explosion behind our lines? If you're even closer, imagine the carnage that explosion would cause. The explosion itself, the smoke, the shrapnel. I mean, what a disaster. You could see how that would demoralize the men around it and would panic the Austrians in its vicinity.
Austrian morale breaks.
Right.
The survivors flood back down the road to safety. Napoleon now turns his full attention to the center, where the exhausted Austrian columns have become spread out and
It's remarkable. All the while, we can see the Austrians continue to push forward and the French continue to move back, right? And so, you know, from that simple fact, you might think, well, the Austrians keep pushing them, but Napoleon's just won this targeted victory. The Austrian line is spreading out. He says, it's no problem. We've got them. Pull the troops back around. A focused assault. Take on the Austrians.
Ordered. The sudden appearance of French cavalry, supported by infantry and guns, sparks panic and a mass rout.
There you go.
Vinci, who must have thought himself on the cusp of victory moments before, must join in an undignified race to the rear, spreading further alarm among his men.
Hey, especially undignified for these Austrian commanders. You know, France of this era, you know, it's revolutionary. You have a bunch of young men who came from nothing filling these roles. Now, Napoleon did come from an aristocratic background, but a, you know, more modest sort of Corsican aristocratic background. Napoleon isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. A lot of these French officers, commanders even, are not afraid. The Austrians, on the other hand, they still have a very different military culture, so that would have been extremely undignified, though of course necessary in this instance.
By 1 p.m., the bulk of the Austrian army is in headlong retreat, leaving Lusignan's first column in an awkward position.
Uh-oh.
Completely isolated, he begins a fighting withdrawal.
Yeah.
But the arrival of General Rey's...
Yeah, that's more than awkward. That is verging on disastrous for him.
...brigade in his rear triggers a rout. Fewer than half of his 4,000 men escape. Through tenacity, courage and good fortune, the army of Italy has turned a grim situation into an astonishing triumph.
Tenacity, courage, good fortune, absolutely, the determination of the French soldiers. But also, this battle, as many battles are, this battle is a great example of the skill set of Napoleon. Look at how he was able to commit his men where they were needed and not panic when the situation seemed dire. He was able to focus his men swiftly, decisively, we've used those words often, you know, win a victory on this side of the battlefield, swing his men around, and win the entire battle. Truly a fantastic showcase of the brilliance of Napoleon.
French casualties are modest. Austrian losses are devastating.
Yeah. Ooh. 4,000 killed and wounded, 8,000 prisoners. Makes sense from the sort of rapid French assault on this Austrian line that was spread out. An extreme number of Austrian prisoners taken. Those are absolutely devastating casualties, though think back on the number of casualties the Austrians were facing in Mantua, just from the terrible conditions, and once again that shows you how bad things are going inside of Mantua.
Over the next few days, 5,000 more Austrians are captured.
Wow.
As they struggle back through the mountain passes.
Yeah, that's a disaster.
Napoleon will not be there to see it. He's received news that Provera has crossed the Adige and is marching on Mantua. It is a chance for him to strike one more blow against the enemy and to seal the fate of Mantua.
Finally, let's do it. Can he achieve this? You are truly the spoiled child of victory. Yes, the spoiled child of victory. This is a very famous quote from Napoleon to Massena. I've certainly heard this several times before. When the French started popping up, I was like, oh, please translate it. I don't want to read the French out. Yes, you are truly the spoiled child of victory. Pretty famous quote.
Leaving Joubert in command at Rivoli, with orders to renew the attack at dawn, Napoleon races south with Massena's division.
Hey, good job, Joubert, by the way.
Provera has no clue of the disaster that's engulfed Alvinci's army, nor that the wolves now gather for him. He pushes on to Mantua.
Yeah. Unknowingly, unaware of the disaster that has befallen the Austrians in the north, he continues to push towards Mantua. We're gonna relieve this city as Alvinci takes on Napoleon in the north. Yeah, that's not what is happening.
Shadowed by Augereau, who snaps up his rearguard. 2,000 men taken prisoner. With just 7,000 left, Provera's only hope is to break through the French siege lines.
Yep.
First, he tries to attack San Giorgio. Formidable French defences and a powerful cannonade stop him cold.
It all comes back to Mantua. Truly an important place, truly the key to this region of Italy. They've said it before, but it really does come back to this damn city.
The next day, he launches a coordinated attack with Wurmser against French forces at La Favorita. But Napoleon has now arrived with Massena's division from the north. Wurmser's weak, starving men are forced back into the citadel, while a determined charge by the 57th Demi Brigade smashes into Provera's flank.
Yep.
With Augereau
let's be honest, they didn't stand a chance. The Austrians have tried time and time again to relieve this city. Napoleon just dealt a decisive defeat against Alvinci. There's no shot that Provera is going to manage to relieve Mantua here.
Approaching from the east, Provera faces impossible odds and surrenders with his entire force.
Damn. Let's see those numbers. Oh, not good at all.
Wurmser's last hope of rescue has been crushed.
Yeah.
He puts off the inevitable for 2 agonizing weeks, until, with all food exhausted, he finally accepts terms for Mantua's surrender on the 2nd of February.
Finally.
He and an escort will return to Austria. His 16,000 remaining troops become prisoners.
Damn.
Austrian losses in...
Wow. Yeah, that's not a good deal. But, I mean, that's a deal made out of desperation, right? Wurmser left it until the very last second. Napoleon has beaten the Austrians time and time again. But that shows you the lack of negotiating power he had, the lack of leverage he had, having to leave the men behind. Yikes.
In the campaign, reach a staggering 44,000 men.
Oh, man.
After 8 months, the siege of Mantua is over.
Finally.
A victory that will soon be celebrated on the streets of Paris.
Yep.
But it is General Serrurier, not Napoleon, who takes the formal Austrian surrender. His commander-in-chief has already departed to take on his next opponent.
Yeah, Napoleon's got other things to worry about. He doesn't have time to stick around. He has other battles to fight.
The Pope.
Yeah, well, he's on to the Pope. And to be fair, Napoleon does have a flair for the dramatic, so it wouldn't be unlike him to stick around and make a propaganda scene out of, you know, any sort of surrender or treaty signing. But, as they said, Napoleon's on to the damn Pope. Already has had a bad relationship with the French revolutionary governments. And like I said, it will continue to be bad, as we're going to see here. We will have everything that is beautiful in Italy with the exception of a small number of objects in Turin and Naples. Here we see the French proclivity towards looting, especially under the revolutionary government. We see a lot of looting during the French Revolutionary Wars and then the Napoleonic Wars. A lot of people think of the Iberian Peninsula in particular. The French commanders did a lot of looting out in Spain, but there was a ton of looting in Italy as well, which, I mean, makes sense. Think of all the priceless artifacts and art that can be found in Italy at this time. So yeah, we see a lot of French looting during this entire conflict.
From Rome, Pope Pius VI has once more been agitating against the French.
Come on, Pius.
And so Napoleon marches south with 9,000 men to explain
worldly
the
affairs.
new realities of power in Italy.
Wait, can we replay that? I loved that.
Against the French. And so Napoleon marches south with 9,000 men to explain the new realities of power in Italy.
To explain the new realities of power in Italy. That's a great way to put it. So, why is Napoleon marching south towards Rome? Well, you know, to explain the new reality that faces Pope Pius here. Yes, they're gonna have a nice little chat, I'm sure.
At Faenza, General Victor's division sweeps aside papal forces.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance. Come on now.
And Ancona is taken without a fight. The subsequent Treaty of Tolentino forces the Pope to give up Romagna, as well as 30 million francs and 100 works of art.
Yep, we see a lot of Italian territory start to be taken by the French. The Austrians are next on the chopping block, frankly.
Belatedly, Napoleon's victories persuade the Directory to back him in force.
Yeah, very belatedly. We talked about earlier in this episode and throughout this series how, you know, Napoleon basically came out of nowhere, right? I mean, you had the victory at Toulon, we had Napoleon protecting the French government from royalist protesters. You know, Napoleon had made a name for himself. You know, people in the government were grateful to him. That's why he got this position, but no one expected too much of him, right? And accordingly, Italy, of course, it was an important theater of the war, but it was not seen as the most important theater of the war. The fighting along the Rhine was way more important. We have Jourdan, Moreau, and on the Austrian side, Archduke Charles. A rather formidable opponent, by the way, but this was seen as by far the more important theater of the conflict, these French armies. And so, as we saw, the Directory just has not been giving Napoleon the support he's been requesting. I was gonna say the support he needed, but, well, he clearly didn't need it. He's succeeded immensely even without it, though support would have been fantastic. But Napoleon has crippled Austria. He has pushed them out of Italy at this point, and he can now go forth into their territory. He is in the process of crippling Austria, something that has not yet happened in this fighting along the Rhine River. And finally, the Directory goes, oh, you know what? Maybe this is actually the most important theater of the war. Send some support to Napoleon, see what he can get done.
French armies stuck on the Rhine are ordered to send him reinforcements.
Yep.
Their 34-year-old commander, another rising star of the French army, is congratulated on his brilliant winter crossing of the Alps.
Oh.
His name is General Jean Bernadotte.
Ah, I know we've got some Bernadotte fans in the audience. Well, one big Bernadotte fan in particular, but he's an interesting fellow, huh?
On the 10th of March, with 70,000 confident, seasoned troops under his command,
wow,
Napoleon goes on the offensive.
Finally has the men he wanted.
He sends Joubert to invade the Tyrol. Massena to advance up the Piave Valley, while he leads the bulk of the army on the most direct...
We see all of these names, Joubert, Massena, those men who truly characterized Napoleon's early career. Now, some Joubert will not make it too much further, to be honest. Massena will, though, you know, I mean, we watched Epic History TV's videos on Napoleon, the Napoleonic Wars. You know, Massena, his performance at times wasn't at its best. People have some issues with Massena, but he was a talented commander, and especially at this point, he's sort of, you know, earlier on, I think he's sort of at his peak. He does begin to decline years later, but we have a while to go, right? And so we just see some of these names, some of which will remain relevant, some of which will not, some of which will not make it much further, aka they will die. But these extremely talented and fascinating individuals who participated in Napoleon's success contributed to it.
Direct road to Vienna. The enemy is scattered and demoralized. Even the appointment of a new commander, the Emperor's own brother, Archduke Charles, fails to restore morale.
And Archduke Charles, an interesting fellow, brother of the Emperor, right? So when you think about, okay, how did Archduke Charles get such an important position? Well, he's got the familial tie. So he does get shot upwards faster than anybody else would be. But Archduke Charles is genuinely talented. He was more talented than a lot of the other Austrian generals we've seen. Some have been better than others, right? You know, Wurmser, he was a tough old guy. He did continue to hold out. He just couldn't keep up with Napoleon. Now, well, no one can really keep up with Napoleon. Archduke Charles couldn't, but he was a formidable opponent and a rather talented commander during the Revolutionary Wars and the Napoleonic Wars.
Charles is regarded as a military prodigy.
Yeah.
He's 2 years younger than Napoleon and has defeated the armies of both General Jourdan and Moreau in Germany.
Yeah. Like they said, a very talented guy. Now, it's like when you measure anybody with Napoleon, Napoleon's going to come out on top, but don't let that take away from the accomplishments of Charles. A very young guy, someone who has made it to the top, though him making it to the top, of course, has to do with his talent, but has more to do with his familial ties. Napoleon, he's going to make it to the top, not through family ties, not in the slightest. You know, he really has to work his way up. Though, you know, like we said, he is given this position in Italy because he's in good with the government, though that is something he had to work towards as well. Interesting fellow, similar in some ways, but from vastly different backgrounds, and who will play vastly different roles in the future.
But he does not have enough troops or time.
No.
He fights a delaying action at the Tagliamento River, but it ends in disaster when Bernadotte surrounds and captures 2,000 Austrians, 10 guns, and 8 standards. The French pursuit continues, with Massena covering Napoleon's northern flank. He arrives at Tarvis in time to block the Austrians' retreat. In 3 days fighting, the French take another 3,000 prisoners.
Damn.
Napoleon's troops outmarch and outfight the Austrians at every turn.
Yeah.
But
It really is that. The Austrians just cannot keep up. I mean, they literally can't keep up, like Napoleon is literally faster than them, but in terms of strategy, in terms of fighting, the Austrians can't keep up with the French. They just can't compete. Napoleon beats them in every respect. In terms of marching, fighting, strategy, he's just got them.
the situation is more precarious than it seems. The other French armies are only just crossing the Rhine, while his own supply lines are now overextended and vulnerable.
True.
Rather than withdraw, Napoleon continues to advance, while proposing...
Yeah, I mean, Napoleon may be in a bit of a risky position, right? His supply lines are becoming overextended, but hey, when did Napoleon ever let that stop him? And sometimes that would cause a problem. That will cause big problems in the future. But here, He has the momentum, he keeps moving forward.
To Archduke Charles that they open peace negotiations. The Austrians accept.
Yep.
2 days later, both sides agree an armistice, and peace talks begin at Leoben.
Yeah.
After 5 years of conflict, Napoleon's dazzling advance into Austria has brought the War of the First Coalition to an end.
And the influence this one man has is remarkable. This general, right? Now, generals have always had a lot of autonomy. You sort of have to filling that position. But as we've seen, the Directory has sort of tried to rein Napoleon in a bit. They don't want him to have too much independent authority. They're worried that he becomes a Julius Caesar, right? He gains a loyal following amongst his men, he has all this authority, and then he marches back on Paris and overthrows the government. Well, they had that exactly right. That's what they're worried about. But even with these restrictions they have tried to put on him, with all of his success, it doesn't matter. He continues to gain authority, gain prestige, gain loyalty. And now, Napoleon, he's made a lot of treaties. He's accepted surrenders, made treaties, dictated the geopolitical situation in Europe. I mean, he has a massive amount of influence as just one man.
So ends Napoleon's first campaign, almost exactly a year after it began.
Wow.
380 miles away, on the shores of the Mediterranean.
Countrymen will say, as they point you out, he belonged to the army of Italy. Very true.
Negotiations at Leoben become the basis for the Treaty of Campo Formio, signed...
Yeah, the Leoben is more of a temporary stopgap, and from that we get the Treaty of Campo Formio.
5 months later, the Austrian Netherlands, roughly modern Belgium, formally passed to France. The Venetian...
Yeah, we have more French sister republics, nominally independent sister republics, aka puppets of the French government.
Republic, invaded and systematically looted by Napoleon's troops, is divided between France and Austria.
Yeah, and we have the end of the Venetian Republic. Now, it's not like... it was its own republic, but it was, of course, under the influence of surrounding powers before this. All of northern Italy was heavily under the influence of Austria, but now they just slice it up. It's done.
So ends the 1200-year history of the Serene Republic of Venice. The famous horses of St. Mark are among its many treasures dispatched to the Louvre in Paris.
Yeah, the horses of St. Mark, looted from the Venetians by the French. But, to be fair, they were originally in the Hippodrome in Constantinople, and they were looted in 1204 during the sack of Constantinople that happened during the Fourth Crusade. So, looted from one place, looted from another, who can really say who owns them, right? I mean, they were originally taken from Constantinople, and now the French are taking them.
To join its rapidly expanding Italian collection.
Oh yeah, very rapidly expanding.
The French part of
the French will have a wonderful collection of art and, famous pieces throughout history, right? And one of the arguments the French make, and this is sort of funny, they see themselves as this most enlightened nation, right? They see themselves as having this justifiable cause. And, it depends, first off, on who you talk to, how much this is actually genuinely believed. Sure, some people in the army or in the government might actually believe in this cause that they have. Especially at this point with the Directory, a lot of them are just saying that cynically. But they use this to justify all the looting. And it's sort of a funny argument, like, well, you know, we are this sort of enlightened universal nation, and so we will take your artifacts and we will bring them back to Paris, and everyone can see them there. How nice, how enlightened, so universal of us. It's like, okay, you're just stealing stuff. You're just going to Italy and stealing stuff. Now, you know, a lot of these art and artifacts were in private collections before, so it's not like they were super accessible to the Republic, or sorry, to the public, right? If it's in some private chateau, if you're just an ordinary person, it's hard to see some of this art, but obviously people are not happy when you just steal stuff from them. You loot their famous art. And so, I don't know, I just think this French justification is a little bit funny.
Venice joins its other Italian client states to form a new Cisalpine Republic. The author of its constitution, Napoleon Bonaparte.
There we go. And Napoleon becoming quite the constitution writer. Quite the writer of law. This is a trend that will continue.
It's an illustration of how far the 27-year-old general has come in just a year.
Seriously, it really is, you know? Napoleon starts off, you know, he comes from this sort of modest Corsican aristocratic family. You know, he works his way up, goes to military school in France, and, you know, makes a bit of a name for himself. The siege of Toulon, you know, protecting the government from these royalist protesters. He's making a bit of a name for himself, especially in political circles. But, once again, when he's placed in charge of the army of Italy, he's so underestimated, and to be fair, no one knows what he's capable of. He is just another political appointment. This guy probably doesn't know what he's doing. But in a very short amount of time, in this year, he proves everybody so wrong. He shows what he's made of. And the amount of growth that his career and his name has in this span is truly remarkable. He goes from someone who has a bit of a reputation, but hasn't really achieved too much, to someone who has achieved this fantastic, impressive campaign, has made a name for himself, has gained military power, political power. I mean, it's truly amazing.
Having waged one of the most brilliant military campaigns in history, many would say his best, he now dictates terms to kings and popes, summons...
I mean, it's a scrappy campaign, but it really is one of the best examples of the talents of Napoleon.
...new states into being, and nurtures his status as the most celebrated military commander in Europe.
Oh, yes.
He has achieved all this thanks to formidable intelligence, relentless hard work, and inspiring leadership, which he has used to forge a unique bond of trust with his men.
Oh, yeah.
He's had luck, too, along the way.
Well, you know, when we talk about these great men of history, as we might call them, it takes luck. You know, it takes great talent, determination, all that sort of stuff. It always takes a good amount of luck as well.
And been ably served by a group of brilliant officers, many of whom will be with him for years to come.
Absolutely. And that's a very fair thing to point out. You know, Napoleon is a brilliant leader. He's charismatic, he, you know, can achieve the loyalty of his men, he's skilled, but no one can do it alone. It takes, of course, the foot soldiers, but also a brilliant officer corps. And we see these men here, many of them, who will stick with him and perform admirably for years and years to come. We have some others, like Joubert, who, you know, will die only a few years afterwards, but many of these men will stick with Napoleon and will perform great things in service of Napoleon, his career, his cause, whatever you want to call it. So he really has a group of impressive subordinates.
For Napoleon still has many extraordinary things to achieve.
Oh yes.
His Italian campaign is just the first chapter in one of the most astonishing lives in history.
Fair.
Did you know The Epic History TV merch store has a range of Napoleonic...
Brilliant. And you guys should check out this video from Epic History TV, please. It's linked down below. Leave them a like, subscribe, check out their merch store, especially since it's a new video. Show them support for making these fantastic videos. I truly think they make some of, or honestly, the best historical content on YouTube. I mean, I have a couple of favorites, but the amount of quality, the production quality, the storytelling that they include in their videos, I think is really unparalleled. I mean, it's truly amazing to me. I love their videos. Every new release from Epic History TV is basically an event, right? As it should be. Now, we're done with their series on Napoleon's first campaign. I know they have more Napoleonic stuff to come. I see the polls they put up asking, you know, which other topics do you want us to cover? They've covered a good chunk of Napoleon's career at this point, his first campaign, a good chunk of the Napoleonic Wars, but there's a lot more to cover, Egypt in particular. There's a lot of other topics, and so I'm always excited to see whatever they have in store for us, whether it is more Napoleon, which I love, or other topics. I think they do a fantastic job with other topics as well. Anyway, this was a fantastic series. I love that we got this opportunity to talk about Napoleon in Italy. We're filling out our Napoleonic catalog over time. You know, we started out with the Epic History TV videos on some of these more famous battles of the Napoleonic Wars, especially later on. Then, you know, we did that extra history series on Napoleon in Egypt that, you know, it had some flaws. A lot of you had a lot of issues with it, which I agree. I think some of the framing and facts were a bit off, but we have covered Napoleon in Egypt to a certain extent. Now we've covered Napoleon's first campaign. There's a lot more to cover, and I'm excited to do it. Anyway, fantastic series. Go and check out this video. If you enjoyed the reaction, please leave a like, subscribe, check out the Patreon. It's linked down below. All that good stuff. Now, I hope you guys are having a good day today, and I will see you all again next time. Goodbye.